You know, I tried to Google up this Safer San Ramon and it did not pop up. I'm seeing this now.
All right, we're live.
Good evening. This is the meeting of the San Ramon Planning Commission for Tuesday, November 17th, 2020. Before we have roll call, the city attorney would like to make a few comments.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wallace. Prior to roll call, I would like to make clear for the record of this meeting, and it should be reflected in the minutes, that the governor has issued executive orders relaxing the requirements pertaining to remote meetings under the Brown Act. The executive orders authorize this planning commission to hold public meetings by teleconference during the COVID-19 crisis. I previously went over the specific provisions of the Brown Act that have been temporarily amended or suspended in order to allow for this meeting to take place by teleconference. And this meeting will comply with all such provisions. Madam Recording Secretary, it would now be appropriate for you to conduct roll call, after which I would ask the chair to recognize me in order to confirm certain matters for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Okay, Commissioner Alpert?
Here.
Commissioner Frank?
Here.
Commissioner Marks?
Here.
Vice Chair Kuznick?
Here.
And Chair Wallace?
I'm here.
Thank you.
Now I can recognize Ms. Poon. I see her down the middle of the photograph. I think you have some other comments to make.
You do, Chair. Thank you. I would now like to ask the chair, the vice chair, and the other commissioners or commission members 3 questions. And rather than ask you to respond separately to these questions, I will ask all 3. And if the answer is yes to all 3, please say yes and physically raise your hand. So question number 1, can you hear me well? Question number 2, have you been able to hear all previous speakers, including the roll call, clearly? And question 3, are you satisfied based on facial or voice recognition or otherwise that everyone here representing themselves to be a commission member is actually the person they are representing themselves to be? So can I have yeses and hands, please?
Yes.
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 Okay, thank you. And seeing all hands raised and hearing yeses, the record should reflect that I have received affirmative answers from each commission member present to all 3 questions, that all commission members have indicated they are able to hear each other and these proceedings clearly. And no commission member has expressed doubt that each and every commission member participating by teleconference is in fact the commission member they are representing themselves to be. And finally, I would now like to advise the chair and the commission members and the recording secretary that any votes taken during the teleconference portion of this meeting must be taken by roll call. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Poon. Ms. Chavez, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item number 4 on the agenda tonight is public comments or written communications for matters other than those for which a public hearing is scheduled. Ms. Chavez, do you have any written item number 4 communications and public comment?
We do not. We actually have not received any written late communication items for item 4.
Okay. With respect to oral comments, do we have anybody in the queue who would like to address the Planning Commission and public comment now?
I'll give them a little bit of time, but I will go ahead and just remind everyone, if they do wish to speak under public comment, they can click the raise your hand button on your computer or *9 on your telephone. You will be unmuted when it's your turn to make your comment for up to 3 minutes. And after your allotted time, you will be remuted. And I do not see any public comments in the audience. I do have one. So if Chair Wallace, if you're okay, I'll go ahead and allow them to speak.
Let's dial them up.
All right. So our first public speaker is Christine Santiago. And you are good to go whenever you're ready.
Okay, are we addressing the Costco gas station now?
No.
Oh, we're not. I'm sorry. Strike me out. I'm so sorry.
Okay, that will be coming up at item 9.2.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers waiting?
I don't see anyone.
Okay, well, let's move on to item 5, additions and revisions. We have none. Item number 6, consent calendar. We have none. Item 7.1, minutes of the Planning Commission regular meeting for October 20, 2020. With respect to the minutes, do you have any changes, corrections, additions, or comments? All the heads shaking left to right instead of up and down. Could we have someone make a motion to approve the minutes of the October 20, 2020 meeting?
I will move that we approve the minutes of the October 20th Planning Commission meeting.
I'll go ahead and second.
Okay, the motion's been made and second to approve the minutes of the October 20, 2020 meeting of the Planning Commission. Ms. Chavez, could we have a roll call vote, please?
No problem. Okay, we had mover Vice Chair Kuznick,
Aye.
seconder Commissioner Alpert,
Aye.
Commissioner Frank,
Aye.
Commissioner Marks,
Aye.
and Chair Wallace.
Aye.
Thank you. Item 7.1 passes.
Thank you. Item 8 is continued items after closing a public hearing. We have none. Item number 9 are continued hearings, open public hearing. Item number 9.1 is a public hearing on the Bridges Golf Club Deck Edition. We have a staff report by Mr. Driscoll. Mr. Driscoll, you have the floor.
Good evening, Chair Wallace and Planning Commissioners. So this is the Bridges Golf Club Deck Edition project at 9000 South Gale Ridge Road. If you recall, this was reviewed by the Commission on September 15th, 2020 this year. The Commission received public comment and provided comments to the applicant for revisions to their project. The Commission then continued the open public hearing to October 20th for this item. And at that meeting on October 20th, the applicant had not provided revised plans for the project yet by that meeting, but the Commission did hold the open public hearing and received public comment, and then continued the open public hearing to tonight's meeting. Tonight, the applicant requests the Planning Commission continue the open public hearing for the proposed project to a future Planning Commission meeting date. The applicant continues to work towards revising their project and plans for the Commission's review in response to their comments. A new public hearing notice will be provided to the surrounding property owners that were noticed previously once a date has been determined for the continued open public hearing with the Commission. So staff recommends the Commission receive the staff report, continue the open public hearing, take the public testimony, and continue the open public hearing to a future Planning Commission meeting date.
Does any of the commissioners have any questions for Mr. Driscoll? Seeing none, let me open the public hearing. Do we have any public comments at this point, Ms. Chavez?
Would you like me to start with written late communication?
Let's do that first.
All right. So we did have one written late communication item from Michael Beeler commenting on the 2 a.m. closing time, fire safety, and the future master plan for the Bridges Golf Course. This comment was provided to the Planning Commission in advance of tonight's meeting. As a reminder, you do have to participate to request for your comments to be heard. So for anyone else who would like to speak on 9.1, you can do so now. And I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time.
Okay. All right. I'm now going to close the public hearing on item 9.1.
We do, it looks like we do have one.
Okay.
Okay, Michael, I'll go ahead and allow you to speak whenever you're ready.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak. So am I to understand that they'll be allowed to be open and making noise until 2 in the morning in the residential neighborhood that we're talking about here? As it is now, the size of the facility that they have, they are there are events there that carry on and make noise all of the weekend nights and some of the weeknights. And having that happen even later into the night wouldn't be appreciated. And I must admit that I haven't read through the whole full plan, but I'm going to backtrack and look into that and be more informed. But just having heard about this meeting happening today, I thought I'd attend and see what's going on and put my 2 cents in that louder and later would not be appreciated in the neighborhood.
All right. Thank you,
Thank you.
Michael.
Do we have any other participants who want to speak at this point? On
I
item
do
9.1?
see, I see a couple more hands up. So I'm going to start. It looks like we have a phone number here. I'll go ahead and unmute them. And if you'd like to state your name for the record, whenever you're ready.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi, my name is Wendy, and I'm a resident on the golf course. I don't live right next to the golf club, but I live across from the golf course on Eustalago Drive. And, you know, they have wedding events there usually on the weekends. And the music, I can hear the music, but it hasn't been so loud that it bothers me. But I do think, you know, being open to 2 a.m. in the morning is really not conducive to family living or to residents that have purchased homes in that area. I think they need to relook at their plan and revise it and get the report out, because I just received an email yesterday about the meeting and if I wanted to participate. I think there needs to be, you know, prior notice than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like we have a couple more. I'll go ahead and start from the top again. We have Niraj and Seema Shah. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Hi, yes.
Hi, yes. So this is Niraj Shah. I am also on Eustalago Drive on the golf course, living across the clubhouse. And for years we have had, as the folks before me have said, that there are always a lot of events on the weekdays, including some weekends and some of the weekdays. And usually it's not just the music, which is played indoor. Already with the balcony that they have, or a deck, the existing deck, people do tend to come out and hang out and they talk. And at night, of course, in an open space, the voice travels quite far across the neighborhood. So it is noisy during those times. We have managed to deal with it all these years, knowing that I believe the current curfew, or you know, for them to shut down their music system is midnight, I believe. And we've been able to work through that, and we have tolerated that. It would be really impactful to our family here, and a lot of families here in this neighborhood, if they were allowed to continue their events beyond midnight.
Thank you. Okay, and it looks like we have Derek. You are ready to speak whenever you're ready.
Hey, good evening, everybody. This is Derek Fig. I live on Eustalago Court, as well as my neighbors here are across the clubhouse here. And again, it's just understanding the transparency of their request, and going with my neighbors here is the noise factor. From my perspective, is that maybe it'd be best if the city could explain, since what I'm reading is maybe different from what the codes are, is just better understanding from the city reps here of what the rules are of the noise that they're allowed to have. Can it go past 10? Can it go past 12? Can it go till 2? Because the thing is we can hear it, even with their doors closed. You still hear the subwoofers of the speakers when people, like my neighbor just mentioned, when the doors get open because people go outside to chit chat, you hear the noise going back and forth. People are screaming outside late at night. Not so much, of course, this year because of COVID, but definitely last year and early in this year, there was a lot of noise going on. But for me, it's just a better understanding of what the rules are. I've been working, as I mentioned from the first conversation with you guys, with code enforcement regarding their excessive lawnmower and leaf blowing at 5:15 in the morning. And I feel like I'm not getting anywhere with code enforcement on that. And I just feel that that's just unacceptable for me, getting woken up every day, 7 days a week by a leaf blower and hearing it for 2 hours. So I'm not against the deck. I'm just against the noise and what it brings with additional traffic. If they want to grow in their decking, that's fine with me. I'm not worried about that. But obviously what comes with it, I think, is the transparency issue that we're having an issue with, at least for me. And that's where I'd really like the understanding from the city is just the rules of the noise that they're allowed to bring, what traffic they're allowed to bring, and what the transparency and future that they have by building this deck of what if they want to build a hotel on or something like that. It just seems like there's a future plan that these gentlemen have. So that's it. Thank you for your time and have a great night.
Thanks, Derek. Okay, and it looks like that completes all of our audience members who would like to speak. So Chair Wallace, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. At this point, I am going to close the public hearing. The staff has requested that we continue the hearing to a future date. Mr. Driscoll, do we have a date certain or to be decided?
It's to be decided. There's not a date determined yet, so we will be sending out a new notice once that's been determined.
Thank you. Would one of the commissioners care to make a motion to continue the hearing to a date to be decided in the future?
I'll move to continue the hearing on the Bridges Golf Course Golf Club Deck Edition to a date to be determined by staff and the applicant.
I think someone was trying to make a second. I'm not sure the mic was on.
I will second. I will second.
Thank you, Commissioner Marks. Okay, motion has been made and seconded to continue the hearing on the Bridges Golf Club Deck Edition to a date to be determined. Ms. Chavez, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, we had mover Commissioner Frank.
Aye.
Seconder Commissioner Marks.
Aye.
Commissioner Alpert.
Aye.
Vice Chair Kuznick.
Aye.
And Chair Wallace.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Item 9.1 is continued to a date uncertain.
Yeah, item 9.2 is the Costco gas station application. We have a report by Shanae. Take it away.
Chair Wallace, before
Yes.
we get started, I'm
Yeah.
going to be excusing myself from this item as I have a financial interest in Costco Corporation, and out of an abundance of caution and transparency, I'm going to go ahead and click off for this item, and we'll come back at the conclusion of the commission's deliberations. So I'll be back later.
Thank you, Commissioner Alpert. And with that, Shanae, now you can go forward.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wallace, and the member of the commission and the member of the public. Just for you know, applicant is here and also his team members are in the queue if you have any questions. Now I would like to share the screen to summarize the staff report. Can I do that? Jen.
Let's see. You should be able to. It's not giving you the option?
Says not.
Okay.
Try now.
Thank you. I forgot it was something we have to do behind the scenes there.
Okay. Do you see this PowerPoint now?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So Costco service station has applied for architectural review, development plan, minor use permit, and master sign program at 3111 Fostoria Way, that is across the street from the Costco warehouse in the town of Danville. And the land use designation, general plan land use designation is mixed use commercial. And North Camino Ramon specific plan land use is CMU, commercial mixed use. And then land use classification itself is service station. The proposed service station consists of 16 double-faced dispensaries, 32 motor vehicle fueling pumps, and signs on all 4 sides of the canopy, and a minor modification to the existing parking lot, and new landscaping around the proposed service station right here. And this is the proposed rendering of the canopy and service station. On October 20th, the commission heard the first public hearing and received the staff report and applicant's presentation and public testimony. But we ran out of time, so we continued the item to today specifically. And over 70 written comments were received at that meeting, and the majority of them are supportive of the project. And over 20 speakers spoke, and then they were opposed to the project. And those public comments received, and applicant prepared the response to those public comments, and then they submitted on the November 4th, which is attachment C on the staff report. The public comments consisted of basically 7 subjects, and I will go one item at a time on the next slide's presentation. And general plan consistency. The general plan land use designation is mixed use commercial, which excludes residential uses. And North Camino Ramon specific plan land use is service station is allowed by the minor use permit. So the proposed project is consistent with the general plan and the North Camino Ramon. And the public comments were concerned about the future residential development in this area. But since the general plan excludes residential uses in this area, so a community is not foreseeing any residential development in this area. So that concern is not going to come up in the future. And the second question was air quality, and many people are concerned about possible detriment to air quality, but there is no sensitive receptors within the 300 feet of the project site. Sensitive receptor includes residential development, schools, and hospitals. And then 300 feet setback that I'm addressing here is based on a recommendation by the California EPA and California Air Resource Board for the service station ought to be separated at least 300 feet from residential developments. Or conversely, if residential development is proposed near the gas station, then they ought to be, their recommendations to have 300 feet separation. And some residents are concerned about the underground storage tank being unsafe, but the project must adhere to the federal and the state regulations to assure the public safety. So yes, it is perceived unsafe, but they have to operate safely. And the noise concern was brought to our attention, but proposed location, especially the canopy and then also the underground, the storage tank, they are at least 650 to 700 feet away from the existing residential communities. And then traffic's on the Fostoria Way was concerned by many people. It is true that traffic on Fostoria Way will increase, but applicant is proposing to install the signal at the main entrance intersection. So the current level of service at that location is F level, which is not an acceptable level. But by installing the signal at that location, the level of service will improve to C level, which is an acceptable level. And then overall vehicle miles traveled will be decreased by 2,700 vehicles or miles. And then in the result of that, and then regional vehicle mile traveled and the greenhouse gas reduction will be achieved from that. So here's the context of existing Costco warehouse and then surrounding neighbors. Existing docking is here at this corner, and I believe this is the tire center. So this is the noise making facility of the existing Costco warehouse, which is as close as to 200 feet to the nearest residence here. Where the proposed service station is this yellow square, which is approximately 650 to 700 feet to this closest residence. And also the CEQA process was questioned. In North Camino Ramon specific plan EIR analyzed the service station because it is one of the use that was can be approved with a minor use permit. So that was already in the program. Therefore, the EIR analyzed the potential use of service station. And also it requires the project specific CEQA analysis. And then based on our step-by-step process, and then this project class is qualified for class 22 infill project categorical exemption, and based on the professional reports prepared and submitted to us, and which was provided to you at the October 20th meeting as an attachment G. And also some residents or public commented on economic hardship to the nearby service stations. But business competition is a market-driven concern and not a consideration in land use application review like this project. And also the applicant provided us some summary of their case studies based on the 3 Costco service stations built in 1917 and 1980. And they suggested that short-term impact, but most of the nearby businesses recovered within 6 months. So with that, staff recommends the commission receives the staff report and receive the presentation by the applicant and open the public hearing, take public testimony, close the public hearing, and consider the project and deliberate, and then if appropriate, adopt resolution number 18-20 approving the project. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Otherwise, I'd like to hand it over to Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Sinead. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for Sinead at this point prior to hearing from the applicant? Seeing none, if we can hear from the applicant, I assume that'd be Mr. Anderson.
Yes. And I need to share one more screen.
Okay. Good evening, members of the commission. Xinye, could you please put the presentation?
Just a moment. Where did it go?
Should be able to share now.
I'm trying to, just a moment. Do you see the Costco fuel service station? Not yet?
Not yet.
Oh, here it is. How about that?
There you go.
Yes.
All right, Sean, take it away.
Okay. Good evening, members of the commission. My name's Sean Anderson from Barghausen Consulting Engineers, and with me tonight is our project team who are available to answer any questions. First, I'd like to start by thanking staff for their ongoing assistance throughout the process and confirm that we have reviewed the staff report and conditions and concur with the findings. Xinye, could you move me to the next slide, please? Tonight, we're here to respond to comments received by both the public and the Planning Commission during the hearing on October 20th. But before we start, we're also notified of additional analysis submitted on behalf of Saving San Ramon. Just want to acknowledge that we had a chance to review it, and generally consists of commonly raised items that we see that are aimed at questioning the city's CEQA analysis and determination. However, after reviewing it, the conclusions expressed in those documents are based on incomplete assumptions and do not change the city's findings from the studies previously provided with their application. We believe that city staff would agree to their review as well. But tonight, we wanted to focus our attention on addressing the key themes that were expressed during the previous Planning Commission hearing, as well as the letters submitted during the run-up. These include the local retail gas market, land use compatibility, air quality and fuel safety, traffic and circulation, as well as Costco's role in the community. So what I'll be doing is inviting members of our team up to speak to some of these individual items throughout our presentation. First, I would like to invite up Anna Shimko.
Thank you, Sean. My name is Anna Shimko, and I am a land use and real estate lawyer outside counsel for Costco from the law firm of Burke, Williams, and Sorensen. When last we met, and yes, Xinye, you can go to the next slide. Thank you. When last we met, commenters expressed concern that the new Costco fuel facility would adversely impact economic revenues of existing gas stations in the surrounding area. As Commissioner Marks noted, the economic impact of a new Costco fuel facility on existing gas stations should not be a guiding force in this land use decision. But we know that topic is on people's minds and can consciously or unconsciously play a role in the decision-making process. For that reason, we want to inform the Commission and the public of two things. One, Costco fuel facilities do not undermine the viability of existing gas stations. And two, Costco in fact brings to the community a high quality, fairly priced gasoline option that is itself a benefit justifying project approval. As to the first point, we submitted to the city a market analysis from ALH, Urban and Regional Economics. Case studies were done in 3 California cities where Costco fuel facilities were built recently, but with enough time of operation for market stability to be achieved. ALH analyzed revenue data from the state and also spoke with staff members at the subject cities for context and information. It turned out that while the introduction of a Costco gas station to a city may result in a short-term downward trend in gasoline sales at other gas stations within a city, within 6 months, any such downward trend in sales corrects itself, and competitors' sales tax numbers show no adverse effects from the Costco facility. Certainly no gas stations were closed in any of these cities, and in one of the cities, the number of gas stations even went up, and new gas stations were also being approved. One reason for this result is that a Costco fuel facility is simply a different animal than a typical gas station. Costco provides gasoline and nothing else to its members, whereas a typical gas station will include one or more of a convenience store, car wash, restrooms, other enticements and services for customers. So the market operates differently than for a Costco fuel facility. Next slide, thank you, Shinye. As to the second point, the outspoken leaders of the competitors who spoke at the last hearing were from the Cox family stores, owners of 12 gas stations that include extensive convenience stores, car washes, coffee service, and according to their website, amazing restrooms. Costco includes none of those services. This map shows the Costco gas stations within 25 miles, the Cox gas stations within 25 miles of Costco facilities in the region, and the average gas prices at each Cox station over a recent month and a half. And the popped up shell icon there is for the location that's hiding behind the chevron. As you can see, the average Cox gas prices per gallon are substantially higher than the average price at the Costco Livermore gas station. Next slide, Shinye. Thank you. Now this graph very simply shows the average gas prices for all of 2020 at the Costco Livermore, the red line, compared to the Cox stores, with the lowest price Cox store in blue and the highest price in gray. Even if you consider only the lowest priced Cox stores, their prices have been 60 to 90 cents per gallon higher than Costco's all year long. It's easy to see why the Cox family would object to Costco's proposed gas project, purely from a competition perspective, when you consider the incredible value that Costco gas would provide as compared to their offering. However, the residents of San Ramon and surrounding areas should have the ability themselves to choose whether they want to buy high quality gas at a low price or whether they want to pay a substantial premium for the offering and the associated amenities provided by a local business. During this calendar year, 9,500 Costco members whose home Costco is the Danville store across the street from the proposed project bought gas at the Costco fuel facility in Livermore. This means the demand in the community is already there, and that the Costco fuel facility in San Ramon would capture dollars now being spent outside the city. Costco's business model is based on providing our members high quality goods at low prices, and Costco gasoline is a signature offering. Costco believes in free market competition and that communities as a whole, not just Costco members, benefit from having high quality, lower priced purchasing options. When many households have suffered reduction in income as a result of the current COVID-19 situation, and when those who still need to drive for work may well be essential workers, now is the time to support the economic benefits that Costco gas brings to those who live and work in this community. This project allows you to help your constituents in a tangible way and to bring that asset to San Ramon. That is but one substantial benefit of the project and Sean Anderson will now address other land use compatibility issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Shinya, if you could move us to the next slide. The project was carefully designed to respond to the unique site's constraints and ensure that the fuel facility is compatible with both the surrounding neighbors and the broader neighborhood. Additional care was taken to retain as much of the character along Fostoria Way as possible, including maintaining the lush street landscape and the existing public art. This is all supported by the staff reports, which, as Shanye noted earlier, finds that the fuel facility is consistent with all the land use and development standards contained in the North Camino Ramon Specific Plan, General Plan, and the Climate Action Plan. Staff also reviewed our numerous studies in order to determine the project does not result in any significant impacts to the surrounding area. It meets the criteria for CEQA categorical exemption. The studies prepared to substantiate the CEQA exemption, as staff can confirm, are equivalent to what would be required to support an initial study or an environmental impact report. Therefore, the scope of the studies is more than sufficient to support staff's determination that the project is exempt. Additionally, the City Architectural Review Board approved the project as being consistent with the architecture and the physical relationship within the surrounding area. Being a members-only fuel facility associated with the Costco warehouse, the project scope also is designed to include or to facilitate member trips across Fostoria Way, including a new intersection with pedestrian crossings. Overall, the use and design of the fuel facility remains consistent with the existing character of businesses along Fostoria Way, which includes various commercial, retail, and even auto-oriented service uses. Shinya, thank you. And I know that we touched on this briefly in the previous presentation, but I'd like to also take a moment to just highlight the fuel safety components of the project. But first, I want to start off by acknowledging that Costco's corporate philosophy includes, the number one item, in fact, includes the phrase, always obey the law. This is also a sentiment that's supported by their environmental goals and their sustainability commitments, which include being considerate about the environment and the surrounding area. So for that reason, Costco, over the last 16 years of successfully running fuel stations, have constantly updated, modified, and maintained the most state-of-the-art facilities that they are able to design. Some of the features of those facilities include continuously monitored systems that are federally certified to be 95 or federally certified at 95% leak detection and a 5% chance of false alarm, as well as USTs or underground storage tanks, piping and sumps that are all double walled. What the double wall system allows for is a 3-layer protection, which is product piping monitoring, as well as secondary containment of that product piping and monitoring within that secondary piping. So these three characteristics ensure that the system is not only contained, but that there's continuous monitoring on all levels, in addition to redundancies such as sloping the fuel back to sumps so that should there ever be a product leak that is contained in the secondary vessel, that it would all go back to a catchment area in order to keep it safe. Operationally, Costco employees are also present on site at all times during operations, and these employees are specifically trained in spill and emergency response in addition to their other duties. Lastly, the facility, as Shinya pointed out, must adhere to strict regulation or regulatory controls across numerous agencies, from the local CUPA up to the State Water Resources Board, the State Air Resources Board, as well as the federal EPA. So the amount of stringency, both from a design and regulatory perspective, should ensure the highest level of confidence that the fuel facility will be safe regardless of whether or how it compares to nearby gas stations. With that said, I'd like to pass the mic over to our air quality consultant to discuss some of the safety, or I guess some of the items around.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. This is Yi Tian. I'm a senior managing consultant with Rumble. Rumble conducted the air quality impact analysis, which included emission calculations, air dispersion modeling, and human health risk assessment. We followed Bay Area AQMD, California Air Resources Board, OEHA, and US EPA guidelines as appropriate. The results were compared with the thresholds of significance in the Bay Area AQMD's CEQA guidelines. The emissions of criteria air pollutants, the annual PM 2.5 concentration increase, and human health risks were all below the thresholds of significance. The project is also consistent with a qualified GHG reduction strategy, which is the City of San Ramon's 2011 Climate Action Plan. In conclusion, the project will not cause a significant air quality and GHG impact, and the project will not result in significant health risks. We have received and reviewed the public comments submitted to date on our analysis, and those comments do not change any conclusions in the report that we submitted. Next slide, please. However, I would like to take this opportunity to address the specific questions raised for the elite prep and extended stay hotel. This figure shows all the receptors evaluated in our study. I hope you can all see the different symbols and dots on there. The blue colored dots are residential receptors. The green ones, the blue ones are residential. The green ones are commercial. And then you can see the elite prep and the extended stay hotel marked in the middle of the figure. So they were included in our analysis. And as you can see, they are closer to the gas station than the sensitive receptor that we evaluated, which is the yellow star all the way to the left. That's the Redwood prep school, kindergarten preschool. So anyway, the health risks at the elite prep and the extended stay hotel, they were evaluated for the teachers and workers, which is a conservative approach because teachers and workers are assumed to be working at those locations for 8 hours a day, 250 days a year, and for 25 years. On the other hand, for prep school or for the hotel, health risks for students and visitors are expected to be much lower than that of the teachers and workers because their exposure duration is much shorter, a few hours a day, a couple times a week, and so on and so forth. So I just want to, respond to those two specific questions here. That's all we have on the air quality. We should pass the baton to the next presenter.
And that will be Amy Lopez, who is going to speak to some of the traffic items brought up from the last hearing in comments.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Yi. Good evening, commissioners. I'm Amy Lopez with Kittleson and Associates. And while there were several comments raised around traffic issues, there are two that were most frequently mentioned during the public comment and also the written comments that we have received since the prior hearing. And those two centered on how the trip generation for this fuel station was developed, and then additionally, how the VMT findings were made. So I'll speak first to the trip generation. The Institute of Transportation Engineers has a manual called the Trip Generation Manual, and this is the industry standard resource for how to estimate trips for a wide range of land uses. And so that manual states that it in fact is preferable to collect use-specific data when possible, rather than use the general data, the general national data provided in the ITE trip generation manual. And the reason that's the case is that when you collect data that's specific to a given use, it is more accurate and produces a more accurate estimate. And the manual lays out guidelines around how to collect the data that sort of looking to trip making patterns, what days of the week, what times of year, recognizing that traffic in fact is a fluid phenomenon that we're trying to measure in a discrete way. And so the data Kittleson has collected at multiple Costco sites through the years, we have collected to be consistent with the practices laid out in the trip generation manual. And what we've learned through the years of collecting trip data at Costco warehouses and fuel stations, and is that, specifically around fuel stations, is that the demand at a given fuel station really is not driven by the number of fueling positions provided. Because a Costco fuel station is only open, so to speak, or available to the membership of a warehouse, then the demand at the fuel station, in fact, is really driven by that membership. So providing 24, 28, 32 fueling positions has really no data-driven bearing on the demand that will occur there. In fact, it actually is driven by the membership that already exists at the warehouse. And so for that reason, Costco plans the size of its fuel stations based on the anticipated demand for that site. And so this site in particular is being planned for 32 fueling positions. By offering several positions, you can think of it as being similar to having several checkout stands at a store. By offering more checkout stands, more people don't come shop, but rather the people who already are there to shop get to check out faster and go on their way. And that's the way to think about what goes on here, because it's really driven by who's already wanting and able to buy the gas in the first place. By providing more fueling positions, it processes that demand faster, which results in shorter wait times for members and also shorter queues and less time spent idling, which speaks to the issues that have already been addressed. And so the trip generation estimates prepared for this particular traffic analysis were based on several sites that have a similar land use context and circulation network context, and for which would have be expected to have a similar level of demand as what is expected here at the San Ramon location. In addition, some questions arose around how the VMT analysis was prepared and why there would be an overall net reduction in vehicle miles traveled within the region if the fuel station were constructed. As was mentioned earlier, in fact, members living in San Ramon and Danville currently, and who otherwise would be members at this warehouse, they do in fact purchase gas at the Livermore location, they purchase gas in Concord, and they purchase Costco gas at the Hayward location. And so as you'll see here, 13, 15, and 16 miles one way to drive to those locations. And while it is expected that there are times members make those purchases because it's convenient and they may already be in the area, we also recognize that members, and this is through the data we've collected and surveys we've done with members through the years, we do know that members will make special trips to a site just to buy gas, or they may make a special trip because the fuel is provided there and they will drive a longer distance to take advantage of that service that's provided at that warehouse. And so the analysis does capture the fact that some of these transactions in the future would be captured at the San Ramon location, and members would no longer be making these longer distance special trips, which resulted in a net negative overall. But with that, Sean, I believe I'm handing the presentation back to you.
Thank you, Amy. Shinya, if you can bring us to the next slide, thanks. Now that you've heard some of the, I guess, more technical analysis from our team, or at least responses to some of the more technical comments from the previous hearing, we also wanted to acknowledge feedback from the community that we heard expressed in the last hearing. Feedback expressing the sentiment that Costco's interest in the project is solely to satisfy their corporate objectives. As Anna Shimko discussed, this is not the case, but instead the project represents Costco's ongoing commitment to their members in the local community by including a full range of services enjoyed by their other locations. However, Costco's impact on the community does go further than just the services that they provide. Costco Warehouse has been an active member of the surrounding community for years. And as an example, in speaking with the warehouse, they confirmed some of the activities that they've been involved with, such as donating over 2,400,000 pounds of food to Feeding America of Contra Costa County. That was just last year. 3 to 4 times weekly, delivering non-perishable items to the local St. Vincent de Paul. Employees regularly participate in Costco volunteer reading programs throughout the area. Over 320 backpacks were donated to the San Ramon Valley and Dublin Unified School Districts last year. And most recently during the PG&E power shutoff, power stations were actually set up within the warehouse parking lot for the community to use to charge their electronic devices. So again, this project goes beyond just simply a revenue benefiting item for the site. This really is Costco trying to provide their best range of services to their members and allowing the facility to continue to be an integral part of the business and the local member community. Shinyang, to the last slide, please. So with that, we'd like to thank the Commission for their time once again to hear our presentation and allow us to respond to the comments received both from the Commission yourselves as well as the public. And we'd like to now, I guess, open it up for any questions of us.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Before we go into public comment, I wanted to know if any of the commissioners had questions for the applicant. Mr. Marks, you're on.
I don't have a question at this time. I'm still going through some of the comments that they said, but one of the things I'd like to hear them talk about at some point is of the Costco warehouses and gasoline stations that were studied, how many of them are on different sites across the street from each other and in 2 different localities?
I'm happy to speak to that, or if that's the commission's desire at this time.
It certainly is Commissioner Marks's, so go ahead.
I wasn't sure if you were collecting questions, but sure, I'm happy to respond to that, Commissioner Marks. So of the sites included in the data set this time, these do not include sites that have fuel stations located, for example, across the street. The data set we used in this case included on-site fuel stations.
Are there any other such facilities similar to the one that you're proposing in San Ramon in the Costco collection of service stations?
Yes, Costco has constructed fuel stations in a similar fashion where it's essentially across the street, or depending on the exact layout of their development, but this sort of what feels like an off-site location that's directly adjacent. Yes, there are other examples of that.
I guess a related question would be regarding the traffic analysis. Let me give you an example. I decide to go shopping at Costco for groceries. I park at the warehouse and I purchase whatever I'm going to purchase. And then I drive across the street to fill up with gas. Does the traffic analysis look at that as one trip or as two? Because to get there, I'm going through various intersections and using public streets. I park at the warehouse. Then I get back on public streets. Even though it's just a short distance, I still have to wait if there's a traffic signal or a stoplight, or I should say a stop sign. So I'm wondering, does the analysis take a look at, in some sort of a split mode, how does the traffic analysis handle that?
Sure, it's a great question. Yes, the short answer is yes, the traffic analysis does take that into consideration and handle it. Specifically, in this analysis, if you're thinking about the trip generation, there's a table in the report. There are several kind of layers of numbers or levels of numbers. And if you think about the location studied, far out on the periphery on Fostoria Way, there are the amount of traffic that's truly new on the local network is of a lesser level. But right there at essentially the intersection that the traffic study proposes for a traffic signal, every single trip that's coming to the fuel station is accounted for essentially at that driveway, so to speak. And then also for all trips that are in fact shared between the warehouse and fuel station, they also are accounted for as a north to the warehouse or a south to the fuel station. And we've taken we've actually looked at, Costco has provided to Kittleson transaction data at other similar locations that indicate even the patterns of, do members typically buy their fuel first or buy their warehouse goods first? And so we've looked at that too to see what's the split of where members typically go first and second. So that even informs, how many are essentially making a left or a right to go get gas first and then making a north up to the warehouse, versus how many are making a left or right to go to the warehouse first and then make a south movement to go get gas second. So all of those considerations are a part of the analysis.
Okay, I apologize if I apparently missed that in the report, and I appreciate your answer.
Do we have any other questions? Commissioner Kuznick.
Hi, thank you. As we're talking about the north and south in from the warehouse into the gas or vice versa, I guess one of the things that has struck me, and I hadn't really thought about it ahead of time, was the facility where the fuel station is proposed has quite a lot of queuing area as it's designed. However, the warehouse side probably will be experiencing much more difficult traffic situations because the queuing is very limited. on that side of the parking lot, and it already backs up and it's kind of a mess. But that doesn't be, that's not what factors into this. It's just one of those byproducts of an existing business. But I think that as we look at traffic patterns, I think that one will be probably more annoying to warehouse members than some of the stuff on Fostoria. So I just, I don't know how you guys factor that in. It's not really part of this particular project, but it certainly will be part of the sphere of influence that this project brings to shopping there.
It's a good point, and you are correct in that it wasn't discussed in the traffic analysis simply because it does not pertain to the development of this site.
Thank you.
Commissioner Frank, you want to get in on it?
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few questions. I guess I'll start with my traffic question, since Ms. Lopez seems to be on the hot seat on this first go around. I heard the parts of the study that pertain to citizens of San Ramon who have been going to outlying Costco's to get gas, and we of course would be hopeful that they would stay local and reduce trips. I'm wondering if the study also involved the converse of that, which is people from surrounding communities to San Ramon who may now be coming into the city and increasing the trips into our city for the exact same reason the San Ramon residents were going to Livermore, for example.
So the traffic study, or the VMT analysis, in fact, did capture where Costco members live in the area. And that was the basis for the VMT analysis. So again, Costco provided to Kittleson essentially scrubbed data that was geospatially located. So not home addresses, that's proprietary, but information that could be mapped to a general area within the larger area so that we could understand how many members are buying fuel today and approximately where they live. And that was the basis upon which all of the VMT analysis was performed, so that we could then look to see what are the essentially shortest. A conservative approach was to assume everyone always takes the shortest path, not assuming, just trying to be conservative in that regard. Okay, so the Kittleson report, in this case, I'm looking at table 6 from their report, which is on our packet page 276. That, for example, that has total gas only trips, daily trips 4,620. And then it's got weekday AM peak and PM peak are both the same at 386. What can you help me understand those numbers include all the analysis that we just talked about? So table 6 is the trip generation table. These are purely trips, and is also a component. These are, inputs, so to speak, for the VMT analysis. But these numbers alone do not tell the vehicle miles traveled story. This is just the basis for how many trips of different types are made. And that is coupled with the sort of mapping exercise I was just describing to determine how many, on average, how many, on a daily basis, what's the expected number of miles being traveled in total.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
I think I have just a couple more questions that will get into more of the health risk assessment study. And specifically, the first question is, we've got a lot going on in this general area. We've got a big parking lot big parking lot at the warehouse, of course, that abuts to some residences. We've got another service station and car wash across the street, Camino Ramon, that abuts. And it occurred to me that apparently the health risk assessment did not study cumulative effects. And I want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly. And if I am, I would ask if you could comment on the lack of a cumulative health risk study in the report that was done.
This is E. Regarding health risk assessment, we actually looked at the cumulative effects. It was not, quantitatively conducted, but based on our understanding of this project and related emissions, we do not expect the project to be cumulatively considerable. Reason being, as Amy mentioned, this project actually results in a reduction in the vehicle miles traveled. When you have a reduction in VMT, you actually have lower emissions compared to the current status. And that's why, we don't believe this project will contribute to cumulative health risk that will exceed the significant threshold in the Bay Area AQMD CEQA guideline. The cumulative risk, threshold is quite high. For example, for project cancer risk, significant threshold is 10 in a million. But for a cumulative situation, the cancer risk limit, the threshold is 100 in a million.
Okay. Can you tell me what at full operation, what the anticipated throughput will be by gallons of gasoline for the year?
The risk assessment was based on 34.5 million gallons a year.
Okay. Now, from my reading of the ARB manual, where I think you're getting this 300-foot setback guidance from, they seem to have a designation of 3.6 million gallons per year, and they speak of stations as high as 19 million gallons per year as being the sort of minimum 300-foot setback. But what you're saying is the anticipated output for this station is 34.5 million?
Correct.
Okay.
And we didn't use the 300 foot anywhere in our risk assessment. We modeled the actual sensitive receptor that we identified.
Okay. Now, you have a project pending in Pleasanton. How many pumps is in that proposal?
I'll jump in to answer that. I believe that is a 15 pump station.
I'm sorry, what was that? How many?
A 15 pump, it's 5 island.
Okay. And Livermore is 16. I think, is that correct, Sean?
That is, yes, that's what's being looked at the moment.
Okay. So I guess the question is, the scope of this particular station is twice that of what we have in Livermore, twice that of what's being proposed in Pleasanton. What's the basis for that scope?
Just to be clear, sorry, Amy, before I let you talk, just to be clear, when I use the term pumps, just to keep our semantics clean, I was referring to individual dispensers, not fueling positions. So really, two that you mentioned are comparable projects to this one in terms of scope and size.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. So if Livermore is a comparable size, is that comparable in its gallon output of 34.5 million that we're estimating for our project?
The throughput that's used in our analysis is really determined by the guidelines of the Bay Area Air Quality Management Districts, and is set as a threshold under which we will be operating within all of their requirements for emissions in all their risk categories. So to answer the question, the throughput for that project would undergo a similar analysis and would be set on a similar basis as this project.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. I appreciate your responses.
Well, thank you. I have some questions, some of which is to follow up on what Commissioner Frank brought up. I wanted to start off with the issue about the throughput to the gas station. There's been comments made in public comment in writing, coming up with a figure of 9,500 cars per day going through our facility. My question to you is your analysis, does it come up with an estimate of what you think the number of cars going through your facility on a regular day would be, which I understand to be between 6 a.m. in the morning and 10 p.m. at night?
So as previously stated, the traffic analysis is based on the level of activity at comparable sites. So that's, I mean, it's a trip data driven matter, which is consistent with how the Institute of Transportation Engineers describes how to develop such analyses.
Okay, my question was a lot simpler. It was, how many cars do you think are going to go through the facility each day?
On a daily basis.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I misunderstood you, sir.
No problem.
We estimate, yep. So in that same table 6 that we looked at earlier, we have an estimated daily trips of 6,870.
Okay. Because obviously the number of cars that go through sort of drives the queuing system. More cars you have going through, the longer the lines may be, in contra, as vice versa. Another subject that's been brought up has to do with more prosaic tankers. Now, you mentioned 34.5 million gallons per day as an estimate of how many gallons are going to go through the Costco facility. That's rounding off. It's about 100,000 gallons per day. The tankers that supply the gas to the station hold about 10,000 gallons per tanker.
I believe that to be the case. I don't have the exact number on.
Okay. It's probably close enough to have this answer. The next question is, if you're running about 10,000 gallons per tanker, 100,000 gallons per day, it's about 10 tankers per day. Do you have time frames when you actually send the tankers through? Do you do it every hour, or how do you schedule the tankers coming in? Because one of the comments have been made is that they're going to have tankers coming in all day, and the size of the tankers are going to tie up traffic more than a Volvo would. And second of all, they're worried about the tankers coming in at 5:30 in the morning and staying there till 10 o'clock. So could you give us some idea of how often you foresee the tankers strolling through San Ramon and going to the gas station?
I'll answer the first part of that question, and then I might hand it off to Amy with regards to the traffic side of that. Um, under a maximum case scenario, that projection on the tanker trucks could be possible, but at the moment, the projected number of fuel deliveries is expected to be closer to 5 to 6 per day. That's what would be expected for a facility of this size initially. The timing of those deliveries is staged ideally when the peak periods are at their lowest in terms of members visiting the site. Part of the reason is to make sure that the trucks don't interfere with vehicle circulation through the fuel facility, in this case, where the trucks need to circulate through in order to exit. So that does mean the fuel deliveries, when possible, will be scheduled towards the edges of the operational period of the fuel facility, so in the mornings, in the evenings. But they will be spaced accordingly, and they don't necessarily get scheduled in a way where they just line up to come one after another. Instead, it's more on a demand basis. So when the attendant who's monitoring fuel levels notices that they're reaching certain levels, they'll put in the call for the other tanker. Again, trying to strategically time those deliveries with the peak periods of the facility.
Okay, so it sounds like probably early in the morning, late at night, when people aren't otherwise going to Costco, since Costco doesn't open until 9 or 10 in the morning, it stays over to 7 or 8. So basically off hours, if much as possible.
Off hours?
For the warehouse, I'm talking about off hours for the warehouse.
Right, yes, correct.
So if I can speak to that, off hours for the fuel facility is a little bit different than the warehouse itself. Right. So times that are, say, more advantageous for a fuel drop, it doesn't mean it needs to be when the fuel station's closed. Rather, there are peaks, to the activity. There are periods in the day that are busier. And so it's preferable not to have a fuel drop during a busier time. But that doesn't mean that it's impossible. And particularly with the way that this site has been laid out and where the fuel facility has been positioned, and that the queuing area has been positioned essentially at the rear of the site, there is a substantial amount of queue storage area, so that even if a fuel drop were to occur during a busier time of day, there would be sufficient space on the site for members to still circulate into the queue storage area, queue up, pump their gas, and go on and maintain the activity well within the site. It's simply preferable to have a fuel drop occur not during the busiest hour of the day. Well, but it doesn't have to be pushed to, 4 in the morning. Doesn't have to, not at all. Can be done during the day.
Well, okay, so since you brought it up, I had been assuming that the gas station would operate from 6 a.m. roughly to 10 p.m. roughly, and that your fuel deliveries would be sometime during that time period as opposed to prior to 6 and after 10. So that's why I was asking, are the fuel deliveries going to be scheduled during normal operating hours of the service station?
That is what we would expect, yes.
Okay, now let me go back to one of my original questions, because there seems to be a disconnect. If you're selling 100,000 gallons of fuel a day, how are you going to be able to keep the station running if you're only delivering 50 to 60,000 gallons in tankers per day?
So I can see where the disconnect is happening here. An earlier question that went to Yi and her response was around, this is the level of the analysis for the air quality. It sounds like Commissioner Frank had asked a question around how much is expected, and we're kind of walking through some numbers that lead us somewhere. The amount of throughput that has been analyzed for this project is representative of a maximum throughput. It is not, that level of activity is not what is the expected throughput. As Sean mentioned, the 5 to 6 trucks per day, that reflects what is expected upon opening day and for the foreseeable future. And Sean, I can see you nodding. I don't know if you wanted to step in more from that, but that was the distinction I think that maybe is tripping us up here.
No, Amy, you answered that correctly. The 5 to 6 field deliveries is what is planned on basically in day one, whereas the larger number, should Costco ever reach that throughput, would be determined at a later date. But right now, that's not a 10 drop day would not be in Costco's plans right out the gate.
Okay, well, I wasn't asking for the initial throughput, but sort of on the average. But if you're sending about 6,800 cars through the facility and you're taking 10 gallons per car roughly, that's about 68,000 gallons, which you theoretically could do with 7 or 8 tankers. You wouldn't need 10 to service that. So I guess you're sort of, when you're talking about 34.5 million gallons a year, which is about 1 million gallons a day, that's sort of, or 100,000 gallons a day, that's sort of maximum. That's sort of, in a way, the worst case scenario, best case for you. But from a standpoint of traffic, that's sort of the worst case scenario, isn't it?
So that level of analysis is intended to maintain flexibility for the site, recognizing that San Ramon and the community around it will continue to grow itself. And so demand may change over time at this site. And so there's a forward-looking nature to the analysis that that Yi and her team have performed.
Okay. Another question, this is actually from Ms. Lopez, and it has to do with the traffic analysis. I want to ask a sort of a really simple question. There, in fact, are 5 different ways to get into the proposed facility. I know because I've gone through all of them myself. In your traffic analysis, does it assume that the patrons of the service station will only come through certain entrances and exits?
It does for the purpose of evaluating traffic operations at the intersections.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
Okay, now I'm assuming that one of the sites would be that which is directly across the main front entrance to the Costco warehouse where you're proposing to do a signal light, correct?
Yes.
And for your traffic analysis, what other exits and entrances to the service station did you use?
For the purpose of evaluating traffic on the local street network, we assumed all traffic would enter and exit the site at that location. By concentrating the traffic there, it ensured we would have a conservative analysis of the effects of traffic at that location.
Now, hypothetically speaking, if a customer to use one of the other 5 ways to get to the facility, what is the likely result of the traffic at the one intersection that you did your analysis on?
There would be less traffic on, for the purpose of entering. If those trips eventually go to the warehouse, you'll still have the cross traffic, but it would reduce the number of trips and modestly improve the operations of the intersection.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any other questions from commissioners? Seeing no heads go left to right, let's give the applicant a break. And let's now open up public comment. So Ms. Chavez, I think we have both written communications and we have oral. I lost her.
Yes, we do.
I drove her away already.
I'm here.
Okay, so I know we have a significant number of written communications, which I believe you afforded us 1 or 2 times today.
Yes.
Since you're running the public comment end of the facility, what would your suggestion be as to how to handle the written and the oral communications?
I would suggest maybe starting with the written communication, and then we could move into public comment. Because we do anticipate quite a bit of speakers, we do want to limit the comments, every comment, to 2 minutes instead of 3. So if you're okay with that, we could roll into written communication first and then take members of the audience.
Okay, before you start, you can clear your throat. Before you start, I wanted to mention this to the members of the public. Ms. Chavez is going to spend a significant amount of time reading into the record the written comments of your fellow citizens. There is nothing wrong with saying when you get to oral comment, I agree with the prior speakers. Conversely, there is really nothing to be gained by repeating what someone has said in writing or orally. Me too is really a good thing to do. So if you're listening and you're queuing up to speak, please remember that to the extent that your comments echo what people have said before, either orally or in writing, we all would appreciate you're basically saying, I agree with the prior speaker or speakers, and not repeat everything that's been said. That being said, no pun intended, Ms. Chavez, could you go ahead with the written comments, please?
Yes, thank you. So today we received a total of 54 written late communication items. Of those, 11 comments were in support of the project, 33 were in opposition, 5 did not state whether they were in opposition or support, but rather provided questions and comments. 1 comment was from Caltrans requesting additional review time. Included in the late communication were also 3 letters providing, 1 providing traffic assessment, 1 providing an air quality analysis, and another for feasibility comments. And these were all provided on behalf of Safer San Ramon. We also received an additional letter from Sean Anderson in response to the air quality analysis. These comments were all provided to the Planning Commission in advance of tonight's meeting. And as a reminder, if you do want to participate in the Zoom meeting and you must participate in the Zoom meeting and request to speak when public comment is being taken if you wish to have your comments heard. So we're not going over the comments verbatim. You would have to raise your hand to speak if you would like your comments to be heard and on the record. And so that is it for the written communication. And now if there are any members of the audience who would like to speak on 9.2, you can do so now by pressing the raise your hand button on your computer screen or *9 on your telephone. And again, just a reminder, we're going to allow 2 minutes for anyone who would like to comment in lieu of the 3 minutes, since we anticipate having a high volume of public speakers. And Chair Wallace, we have quite a bit of hands raised as it is, so I can go ahead and just roll right into that if you're good with that.
I am, with just again with the admonition to all those people who are talking. We value your comments, but if you are saying the same thing as speakers before you, saying I agree with Speaker X is perfectly acceptable. So with that comment, let's go ahead.
All right. Our first speaker is David Liang. Oh, he just disappeared. I'm going to start up at the top. I don't see him any longer. I have a Steve who I'm going to allow to talk. If you'd like to just reiterate your name once you're able to talk, and you'll have 2 minutes. Hi, Steve. Can you hear us?
He appears to be muted.
I have the ability to unmute them, but he is a panelist
Okay.
now. So there we go.
There we go. Thank you. Sorry.
All right. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how are you guys? Thanks for your time. I appreciate it. I appreciate all your hard work.
Can you be a little louder?
I said, thanks for your time. I appreciate it. I appreciate all your hard work. I'm very concerned about this project. I live next door at Fostoria. I've been studying this project diligently. I've been looking at the numbers. You know, they're talking about 34.5 million gallons of gasoline a year. That's 3,450,000 cars a year and 9,452 cars a day, 32 pumps. We're 520 feet away. And, you know, these no significant impact, less than significant impact is all to be honest, unbelievable. It's just not possible that the air quality, the traffic, the noise, the water quality, the greenhouse gases, and everything else. I don't know if the city of San Ramon just takes these reports and process them to whatever degree, or whether they actually do their own due diligence. Some of the questions were very insightful this evening. Others, to be honest, terrified me that this was up for review and approval last time, and this time these questions are being asked. These are our lives next door here. Okay, there are people with compromised immunities who have cancer, that have COPD, that have everything. They're raising their children, and we're 520 feet away. Nobody wants this
Steve,
next
your
to them.
time's up, but you can go ahead and wrap it up real quick.
Okay, thank you. Nobody wants this next to them, and this is a travesty. The traffic alone is going to be a nightmare. It's not going to fly. It's going to be a nightmare, and we're worried about our property values and health. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, we can move on, and it looks like we have Safair. Hopefully I pronounced that right. You are able to talk whenever you're ready.
Hi, thank you for your time, everybody. So I'm speaking to you guys with no disclosures. I'm not a business owner or a gas station owner. I'm a physician and a physician scientist. I've published a lot in peer-reviewed journals, and this meeting tonight sort of reminds me of a journal club, because you're talking about research and the effect on air quality, traffic. And I'll tell you that in medicine and in research as a whole, industry-sponsored, industry-supported research is of the lowest quality and the most highly biased research that's out there. That doesn't mean that we don't listen to it. We do, but we understand that behind any industry, whether it's a pharmaceutical company like Purdue Pharma that created an opiate epidemic, they had plenty of great studies that showed no harm with OxyContin, and we know what happened. So just want to raise awareness about the fact that you guys are very insightful. The different commissioners asked very, very precise questions about the methods, but data can be massaged, negative data can be left out. And, I would ask Costco to disclose where their funding came from for these studies, and also really to allow people who are making an important decision like this to look at the details of the analysis, the statistics, the methods, and I see some of that tonight, but that point does need to become really apparent to you guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, moving right along, we have Della Fernandez. You can speak when you're ready.
Hello, I'm Della Fernandez. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm asking for 4 minutes, please, considering all of this, because we're two families and we're meeting in one house at the moment. We are both residents of this Fostoria. I'm going to touch on these points, and I'd really like for the Planning Commission to take notes. North Camino specific plan, which was adopted in 2012, clearly has its goal, which says creates a long-range plan that embodies the smart growth principles for a live-work, transit-oriented, pedestrian and bicycle-friendly neighborhood. That's not going to happen with this, okay? Secondly, the calculations used in vehicle miles traveled in the report submitted to the city does not account for pollution caused by up to 72 cars that might queue up there. It presumes that the number of vehicle miles traveled will be reduced because people will not go to Livermore to fill gas from their home base, but they will come here, and therefore they're crediting the number of miles because they are presuming that they're going to go from San Ramon and Danville to this closest Costco. And therefore they've credited those trips to show that the impact will be reduced, which is completely inaccurate because it does not show the significant impact of members coming in from outside of that area because of our proximity to the freeway, which adds to the emissions, which contributes to cumulative health risk. Please, my good planning commissioners, refer to pages 40 to 45. Write that down, please.
on that VMT analysis. Finally, benzene emissions from such large gas stations, they hit the source health, they hit this risk that is beyond regional backgrounds and district health risk thresholds. There's leukemia, blood cancer, myeloid leukemia, non-lymphomatic leukemia. All of these because there's fuel released in both liquid and vapor phases during delivery, storage, and dispensing. Direct vapor release usually causes atmospheric pollution. And
Hi, Della. Your time is up. If you have another family member who would like to speak, they can speak now. Otherwise, we have to move on.
So, Kelly, here. I want, Kelly, can I speak on your, yeah. I just want you to,
Hi, this is Kelly.
Hi, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
All right. Studies show that 0.01% of gasoline dispensed is spilled. That equals to 3,450 gallons. This is a huge amount, very close to our neighborhood and our families. Much of these spills will enter the ground and the air. 0.05% of all vapors will enter the atmosphere, and this is huge. This does not include pollution from traffic and idling cars and potential major spills from tanker trucks. Traffic congestions, as the road is too small to accommodate heavy traffic usage. The traffic signal that Costco is proposing will barely help. It meets the C standard in this measurement, which is a low standard, and that road is already congested close to that standard. Traffic accidents will be likely, highly likely. Noise pollution of tankers that will come in to fill such large capacity underground tanks. In case of an earthquake, the trifecta of the Kinder Morgan gas line, PG&E, and such large underground tanks for fuel may be deadly to the residents in this area. The studies that Barkhausen consultants referenced for their environmental impact show that the sensitive receptors within a 3 kilometer radius, which is 9,842 feet, should be taken into consideration. This alone negates the CEQA exemption. Finally, families with young kids, seniors use the Iron Horse Trail extensively. This will largely impact their ability to do so. Other gas stations have had issues with traffic being impacted and long queues idling on the main road. Please reference Costco's Tustin gas station. Additionally, with fuel deliveries in such a tight space, accidents are prone to happen. There are examples of this out there.
All right, Kelly, your time's up. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker is Melissa Garcia. And you're able to talk when you're ready.
Okay, hi guys, thank you for hearing me out. So first I want to say that I know the quality of Costco, and even from the people who spoke tonight, I'm sure they're very much experts in everything they prepared. But just as the physician spoke a few minutes ago, I think we all have our own interests in mind, right? And the Costco folks have their interests and their goal, which is to open this gas station. So I think that's something to keep in mind. And along with that, it's not that I don't trust the Costco's analysis, but I also think it would be very helpful to have neutral analysis. I know at the last meeting, Commissioner Wallace, you had mentioned having a San Ramon traffic engineer weigh in. I don't know if Caltrans would be the right organization, but just neutral analysis from someone who also knows the local area. I think that would be helpful because I am a resident here at Fostoria Terrace, actually one of the units probably closest on the corner there to where the proposed gas station is. And it's hard for me to picture, knowing the traffic patterns here, that there wouldn't be a significant impact. So again, just looking for a more neutral analysis that will give us a better idea of what to expect. Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Sanjeev Patel.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to applaud Sean, Amy, and other consultants for representing alternative facts. Let me share some perspective how crazy these findings are. Do you know what is the current combined total throughput of all gas stations in San Ramon, it's roughly 20 million gallons. All gas stations combined are selling 20 million gallons a year. These consultants want you to believe that 34.5 million gallons on top of those 20 million gallons will not create any additional congestion or any additional pollution. 6,800 cars per day will fill up at Costco, according to their own findings. Do you know how many San Ramon residents fill up daily at existing gas stations? It's half of that. Less than half of that even. And they still want you to believe that there is no impact on the environment or the traffic congestion. All the findings that they have come up with, the economic impact on nearby gas stations, that study they are representing from 1980s. That's when the gasoline demand was on rise. Lately, everywhere the demand is going down. So there will be a huge impact on the small businesses. In the noise analysis that was done, it did not include the vehicles idling noise that is produced by those guys. Even in pollution, it did not include the idling time and the pollution that was created. I kind of felt that this was the research done by the Costco consultants and then city just put it on. So I really am worrying about
Okay, your time's up, Sanjeev, if you want to wrap it up really quick.
Yeah, so I really wonder, I have a serious doubt about the validity of this research, and I highly recommend city not to put their own stamp on those research. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Don Madej. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, you can hear me.
Hi.
Good evening. My name is Don Madej. I'm a consultant in the convenience retailing and petroleum marketing. I'd like to ask a few questions this evening. First off, how many stations in the United States sell 34 million gallons a year? I'm going to hazard a guess that it's about 1 to 3%. If Livermore, if the Costco in Livermore is comparable to this facility, why aren't we getting the data on the Livermore facility? If their standard, as they state, is 32 fueling positions, then there should be other locations that have 32 fueling positions. They said it's based on member demand. Despite the fact that they said that's the maximum, they said it was based on member demand. I would also ask, why would the city simply accept the analysis done by Costco's consultants without requiring independent review? It's quite common for cities to require an applicant to reimburse the city for an independent review. And due to the magnitude and the concerns of the community on this project, I would think it would seem logical here. And while vehicle miles traveled being reduced is a admirable thing, when you really get down to it, those miles are being reduced in other places and being brought, those cars are being brought to the local San Ramon area. It's specifically its impact on the local streets and traffic. What are the incremental costs that the city's going to incur as far as city services go related to supporting this additional traffic? Whether it's the 6,200 cars that they mentioned or the 9,500 cars that would be maximum, there are costs involved in that, from police, fire, administrative.
Okay, Don, your time is up if you want to wrap it up.
And then finally, I would ask if the city has done any kind of net tax dollars. I've heard that there's no impact on the other businesses, but I would hazard a guess if you actually interviewed those business owners, they would clearly say there's something different than what Costco has put forth.
All right, thanks, Don. Okay, now we have Valina Upshur.
Yes, this is her husband, Tahir. So thank you for having me. The first thing I wanted to bring up is the response to Commissioner Mark's question about the size of the Livermore one. was actually incorrect. The Livermore one is half the size of this one they're putting in here. The Livermore one has 16 pump dispensers for each car. 16 spots for a car to fill up. This one that they're putting here is 32 car. This is the largest one, like you guys mentioned at the last meeting, the largest Costco gas station that they have would be this one. The current largest, I believe, is a 30 pump station down in Temecula. So this is the largest one. So the other information the gentleman gave is incorrect. And the other thing, that the slideshow that the lady had on there said that the Costco plans the size of its fuel stations based on the anticipated demand for that site. So that tells me that Costco is anticipating a high demand, which is high traffic for this two-lane in each direction road. I also live in Fostoria Terrace, and I know that, like the other caller said, we like to walk and ride our bikes and push strollers on Fostoria, and we use Fostoria because it's not as busy as Crow Canyon. So that would be out the question now with this new gas station. But I just want to point out the fact that the information provided was incorrect as far as the size of the pump, the size of the unit. And so, like the other caller said, independent review or something, because we don't know what else is incorrect. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Okay, Kathy, you are up next. Hi, Kathy, can you hear us?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Hi, yes.
Yes, okay. First of all, thank you for not being at midnight tonight. I did participate in last month's call-in, and just a clarification, it said that I was a San Ramon resident, which is correct, and asked a few questions. Yes, I did, but this question should have inferred I was highly opposed to this project. The commissioners are asked right now to approve the largest traffic producer in San Ramon's history. Over 10,000 vehicles a day going through there. I've been associated with the industry a little over 40 years. I know a tanker truck's maximum is 8,900 gallons, so the 10,000 wasn't far off. Commissioners that brought up you'd run out of gas if those trucks weren't in there delivering during daylight hours, you would be out of fuel. The majority of fuel going through those facilities is going to be regular gasoline, the least expensive. If you don't have 10 tankers of regular coming in there per day based on their volume, I would be shocked. The other issue has come up several times. Kittleson, Ramble, all these consultants are paid by Costco to generate an analysis that's going to be pro-Costco. I still, as several have mentioned, cannot believe you have not had an outside consultant company take a city's actual view of the traffic count on that street. The traffic that comes in, those two arterials feeding into Costco off of Crow Canyon Road, are traffic bound during COVID. The traffic when COVID is hopefully over soon, going to Costco is going to be astronomical. There's no way they'll even be able to make turning lights. That's how much traffic is coming there. I tell you, you've got to reconsider this and really get an outside consultant to take a look at these numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, so we can move on to Reza Mahmoudi.
Hello, how are you?
Hi there.
Okay, so I wanted to, I'm talking in opposition to the Costco gasoline, and I live in San Ramon and Canyon Crest. I've lived here for a while, and I plan to raise my family here. I go to the Costco, and I've actually been to that almond orchard that's right there that was, I guess, owned by Armand Borel, and I saw a police officer in there. He gave me a tour of it, and he kind of showed me the old warehouse and everything. And then I saw an RFP from the Parks and Recreation last year, 2019, that they're going to be building a 10-acre park on that intersection. a 10-acre park, and then the 7 acres in the back is zoned for multifamily, high density. So, and then I went to drop off my ballot in City Hall, well, near City Hall, where Central Park is, which is a 35-acre park that you guys have there, and the little drop box was there. And when I parked my car, I saw a sign that said idle free zone, young lungs at work, sparetheair.org. And it said, if you're going to be idling here for more than 30 seconds, please turn off your car. And it said, young lungs at work. And we're going to have a park at that intersection in the next 5 to 10 years. That was one of his dying wishes, to have a park there. And he did donate it. It was always a myth. Did he not? And there was an RFP last year, and I did the research. So there will be a 10-acre park there where kids will be playing, families will be taking their kids, and we're gonna have all this new cars, all these people that have been going to Hayward to get their gas, or Livermore or Concord, now they're gonna be coming here to get their gas. Why can't we spread the pollution across the Bay Area? It's not about pollution becoming less or more, it's about it getting concentrated in our neighborhood where our kids, our families are. And if people want cheap gas, they can go across the street to ExxonMobil or that liquor store. They both have cheap gas that is very comparable to Costco. And on top of that,
I just want to let you know your time's up, but you can finish it up.
one last thing, 34 millions of gallons of gas a year means 188,000 cars a month, which means roughly 655 days of constant pollution concentrated in that one area. If you take the lower end of it, 131 days a month of just constant pollution concentrated in that area. And if you guys want the calculations, I can email it to you. Let me know and I'll email it to you how I came to those numbers. But it's 188,000 cars times 5 minutes of idling average, which gives you about 15,000 minutes a month. Divide that by 60 minutes, which gives you the hours, and divide that by 24 hours a day, and you get 655 days, 2 years almost worth of pollution concentrated right next to a 10-acre future park where kids are going to be playing. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank you. All right, we have D. Dhaliwal.
Hi, my name's Dee. I am a Diablo resident, and I come to the San Ramon Costco on a regular basis. I grew up in this area, and I'm opposed to this development. Most of my comments have already been made, so I won't take up the commission's time. But one thing that, Costco is saying how much safety they're putting into the underground tanks and protecting for spills. They're not doing anything special. They're just meeting the basic minimum requirements for the state of California. And the other comment I was going to say, they kept saying they need so many fuel positions because, like checkout stands, it'll reduce the lines. We've all been to Costco with all the checkout stands open and had to wait in line anyways. If they insist on having this gas station come in, I don't think it needs to be so big. Maybe it can be a 6 or 8 pumper, kind of like what Safeway has up in Bollinger, but it doesn't need to be so big. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dee. Okay, we have Kate, if you'd like to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, there's a bit of feedback, but we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Caitlin Mooney. I live in Danville and work in San Ramon near the proposed Costco site. Last week, Commissioner Kuznick asked if there were any gas stations this close to neighborhoods. The answer is no. None that sell 34,500,000 gallons annually. That is the correct number also. I challenge anyone to find a city which has approved a mega station that is 520 feet from a neighborhood area with hundreds of families who have small children, the elderly, and people with compromised breathing problems such as asthma and lung cancer. Also, with a prep school that is only 200 feet away with children as young as the 5th grade. These are human beings, not sales tax dollars or corporate profits. This is wrong use for land. I am pregnant and I work less than a fourth of a mile away. I oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Okay. It looks like we have a call-in number. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to talk. And it's 202-3169 whenever you're ready.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hi, may I speak?
Yep, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Great. I would just like to speak in support of the Costco Gas in San Ramon. I am a 20-year resident of San Ramon. I've been to Costco Gas up and down the state. I feel they're very well managed. I'm excited to have a San Ramon Costco Gas. Right now, we probably purchase about 75% of our gas out of the city of San Ramon. We actually go to Costco Gas in DANVILLE because I have family there, and we also go to Safeway Gas in Dublin. I'm hopeful that these tax dollars will be coming to San Ramon, as Costco itself is in Danville, although the streets used are in San Ramon. I feel people are misguided in their comments on the number of fuel positions. The more fuel positions, the better. This will reduce idling time and time spent at the station. I just saw commenting the proposed park is practically under the freeway, so the worry about the proposed gas station, I feel, is a little misguided. Fostoria residents who expressed skepticism on the traffic and impact on the air quality, I would just say that most of these cars that are going to be visiting this gas station already come to Costco. I would be very interested to know, what Costco statistics are then when people have a, visiting both places, but that traffic is already in your neighborhood. You shouldn't be doubling it because you're overcounting. Costco does not impact the Iron Horse Trail. I ride my bicycle frequently from San Ramon to Danville and back again. There's no impacts on the Iron Horse Trail from Costco traffic. Again, I am highly supportive of this and look forward to having a Costco Gas in San Ramon. It's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, and we have another call-in speaker. I'm gonna go ahead and allow you to speak. It's number 53925-352-6967.
Hi, my name is Lance Stark. I've been a San Ramon resident for over 20 years. I do completely agree and support for the Costco Gas in San Ramon. I often go pick up my gas in, as the previous caller just said, in Dublin at Safeway. And I do use Costco Gas at multiple locations throughout the state too. Again, I support this Costco Gas in San Ramon. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, we have Christine Santiago.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, Chair Wallace and the Planning Commissioners. I adamantly oppose the planned building of Costco's 32-pump gas station that will affect the health and safety of residents in both Danville and San Ramon. I am the one with lung cancer. I am the one who was interviewed by East Bay News Group along with my partner. And I beg you to please consider people like myself who have health issues. I also have asthma. Severe asthma that I would need. I am just waiting for my oxygen tank to arrive. Now, I have a lot of questions about the studies made by Costco. I agree with the other speakers that it's it is indeed one-sided. It is from the big corporation itself that did the study. What we need is an independent study. Just imagine the increased magnitude of traffic, congestion, and potential accidents that would affect us all, including those who work at Bishop Ranch Business Park located in San Ramon. People's health and lives are more important than an increase in profits and memberships for Costco Corporation located in Washington State, not even in California. And Costco Corporation is the second largest retailer in the world. Between San Ramon and Danville, we already have more than enough gas stations owned by small business folks. We do not need another mega gas station that would kill their small stations. Additionally, please think about other small businesses surrounding the property. Outdoor dining at Fat Maddie's, my favorite restaurant. I know all of the servers there. Julio, where are you? Coffee shops,
Christine, your
children's
time's up,
tutoring
but
service,
you can finish
the
up your
nail
thought.
salons, the hair salons, as well as our kids who play in parks that would be adversely affected. Costco's plan is really not a good use of the land. Now, the CEQA report came from Costco. It's one-sided. It's really one-sided. San Ramon and
Hi, Christine.
Danville residents,
if you can hear me, your
according to
time's up, but
Costco,
if you want to
travel to
quickly
Livermore,
finish.
Hayward, and other stations. Therefore, residents from other cities, if Costco builds a mega station here, will also travel to San Ramon to get gas. Can you imagine? I live on Fostoria Terrace.
Ma'am, can you hear me, ma'am?
Okay, I'm going to wrap this up with a question. How can one Costco employee in a mega station trained in spill and emergency response protect hundreds of people who could potentially be harmed should an accident occur? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have Joshua Hanna.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So my name is Josh Hanna. I oppose the Costco gas station. I grew up in San Ramon and I care about my community. I read the letters from the last meeting. Some really good points were made. Many did not have a chance to speak. There were 22 letters against Costco gas. I have 12 points I want to make. I will be quick. 1, is this the right land use? 2, how is it exempt from the CEQA? 3, the small business atmosphere will be damaged. 4, is this massive gas station the image of our community, the legacy that we want to leave? 5, an adequate EIR is needed. 6, Costco studies are hired by Costco, as we have heard from the other speakers. Of course, they will make the numbers work. 7, what's the rush? Why not do an EIR? 8, traffic will be impossible, as we've heard tonight. 7, unacceptable pollution, which will lead to bad air quality. 8, many people will come from other areas. 9, infrastructure is not adequate. 10, noise. 11, 120,000 gallon underground tanks are a tremendous hazard. 12, property values will decline in this area. Thank you for allowing me to list the points made in these letters written for the last meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. All right, Carl Cox, you can speak when you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. My name is Carl Cox. Hello, Planning Commissioner. Goodness, was taken by a little surprise tonight, but quite honored actually to be singled out by Costco as opposition. We're very proud of our stations. As noted by Costco, we are different than Costco. We have clean restrooms. We have clean pumps. We have beautiful stores with healthy snacks and state-of-the-art car washes. My family has been in the business for more than 25 years. We employ a manager and 7 people. I would like to speak about the IMST study that was mailed to you today. That study states gasoline demand is a finite number. Current fuel gallons projected at Costco are presently being purchased at existing operating stations. Sales projections by Costco will have sizable impacts on existing operating stations and are worthy of your further review. In other words, these are not new gallons. New gallon demand does not just come from the sky, and it will not come back in 6 months. It is prudent for you to do a study to determine where it will come from. Costco's analysis are flawed. Costco analyzed 3 smaller stations. None sell 34,500,000 gallons. The statistical data provided by Costco is useless, and even worse, it is misleading. There have been examples tonight. They were asked about the daily trips. They said 6,800. That is incorrect. It is 9,500. They were asked about the fuel deliveries, 5 to 6 per day, they said. It's actually 11 per day.
Sorry, Carl, your time's up, but you can finish your thought.
Okay. I oppose the project, and I challenge the Costco lies about the number of daily trips, about the number of fuel deliveries, and I challenge their lies on the effect on competition. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Carrie Cox.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening. My name is Carrie Cox. The last meeting, it was touted on multiple occasions the number of signatures that Costco collected in favor of the gasoline station. These were collected by the Costco warehouse assistant manager and employees. I have been told that these were collected by setting up tents and giving away free cases of water. Is this correct? I wonder how many people refused to sign. These signature pages were later added to the October 20th agenda as a revision. This revision is now online. In analyzing the signatures, 23% came from San Ramon, 30% came from Danville. Of the remaining 47% of signatures collected, a surprising 21% came from cities more than 15 miles away, including Castro Valley, Brentwood, Tracy, Benicia, Concord, Pittsburgh, Vallejo, Antioch, Martinez, San Leandro, San Jose, Oakland, Emeryville, and even Los Banos. If this 21% is indicative of the gasoline customers, 2,000 cars per day will be traveling 15 miles or further to gas up at the Costco San Ramon gasoline site. You might see this as sales tax, but I see it as extra vehicle miles traveled coming into our city and possibly into our neighborhoods. I oppose this project. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie.
Is that good?
Okay, we now have Jim Blickenstaff.
Hello,
Hi, Jim.
it's me. Yeah, Jim Blickenstaff, a former council member. It's clear that a lot more of detailed information is necessary before the Planning Commission proceeds. You need an independent analysis and review people to really give you details of the outstanding questions here. I won't repeat all of them that I heard already, but I will add a couple more that need to be understood as well. Across San Ramon Boulevard, not too far from this plan for a mega gas station, they're going to put in 731 more units. And we have to do a cumulative effect on traffic with the amount of units coming from that. That could be 100,000 daily car trips when that's built out. So you have to add that to the equation of the extra traffic down Fostoria, the tankers coming in, the congestion in front of Costco, which is already a little scary when you're driving into that parking lot. It's so tight. And that's a serious issue, whether or not you analyze it correctly. It's a serious issue. And then the other problem that comes up is compatibility with San Ramon's architectural and its aesthetic needs. The quick picture I saw of the gas station that represented something they're thinking about is kind of cold and harsh and seems to have a lot of sheet metal involved with it. I don't know how that's going to fit between Petco and the extended stay facility. It might be practical for selling a lot of gas, but I think San Ramon has to look at this issue from their perspective and their needs. And right now, you don't really have that perspective that you need. So I see a lot more work needing to be done. And in the future, maybe something similar to the Bishop Ranch housing plan, where you look 27 years into the future of how consistent this is with San Ramon needs, because as gas stations become less desirable as we go to other energy sources, there will be dampening demand, and then this will not be a practical thing in 27 years. So you have to look to the future as also right now what's coming to San Ramon, and you have to have that full packet of information before you can proceed. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Okay, we have Claire. You can speak when you're ready.
Yes, hi, my name is Claire Mayotte, and I've lived in San Ramon for 31 years, and I am a Costco member, and I also shop at Office Depot and Petco, and I oppose this project. Just being familiar with the area, I honestly don't believe Fostoria has the capacity to accommodate that volume of traffic with all the other businesses on Camino Ramon and all around that block. And I do think it would impact air quality for outdoor dining at Magnolia Square. And I also agree with Jim that we need to move away from fossil fuels. And I hope Costco would maybe look into more environmentally friendly fuel sources or encouraging electric vehicles or something else. But I do oppose this. That's my comment. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Claire. Okay, we have Ramsey.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. My name is Ramsey Hisson, a nearby resident for over 20 years. I was kind of surprised that the project in the resolution, draft resolution, shows a exempt CEQA from CEQA. The 32 gas pump station is not likely to have been envisioned in the North Camino Ramon specific plan, EIR. Despite the relatively small lot acreage and the fact that it is infill redevelopment, it seems like a stretch to find that it qualifies for a CEQA Class 2 infill project categorical exemption. The exceptionally large project of this magnitude is an unusual circumstance and a fair argument that can be made under CEQA that the project really warrants at least a focused EIR. This, keeping this as a exempt project under CEQA can be opened up to a legal challenge. Secondly, I'd like to talk about the traffic study that Kittleson prepared and Ms. Lopez's conclusions. One is the data is provided by Costco, who is the applicant, and it's in their favor to provide their data. And any data you use needs to be scrutinized. I would look at the trip by diversions, which I think are low. And as Commissioner Kuznick mentioned, I think we need to expand the intersection studies to make sure that the spillbacks are clearly identified. Ms. Poon's analysis that there's a reduction in GHG is hard to fathom. This is a gas station that you'll have 50 to 80 cars idling on a daily basis for 10 to 12 hours. And to say that this is a GHG reduction project, it's hard to fathom. This is not an electric charging station. This is a gas station with 50 to 80 cars. This project is not compatible with the city of San Ramon or the community, and I urge you to reject this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have David, if you'd like to talk.
Yes. Hi, good evening. This is David Young. I'm a resident in Camino, Vermont Place, that right behind Costco. I live here for 20 years. I don't have data to show, but I do have experience. I witnessed the expansion of the Costco warehouse. And so with the business increase and the air pollution is getting worse and the noise is getting worse. So if in the evening or summertime, you walk out to the street or you open up the window, you will smell the Costco, the gas pollution coming out from the Costco. And I also witnessed the traffic increase, the parking lot jam, and with the addition to the mega gas station to Fostoria Way, I know that it will be a nightmare to the traffic, to the air quality, and even to the safety for the neighborhood and for the community. So I strongly oppose this project. Thank you.
Thanks, David. All right, we can move on to John Molnar. Hi, John. Can you hear us?
Mute.
Hi.
Now can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Only had to go through 5 different unmutes. Sorry about that. So, you know what? I want to applaud the commissioners. What I heard them asking tonight, the questions I heard them ask, I support Fostoria Terrace as the president of the association here. And sometimes all we can do is to listen and, use a reasonable mind here. And until David had just mentioned it, we live here and we deal with Costco. And, there's a backstory here. Costco was approved by Danville. Costco has tried to get this gas station in several times, and Danville, your sister city, and the commissioners there have blocked it. In an end run, now they're trying to get it approved by utilizing you, but I'm hearing you to be reasonable. I mean, it doesn't take a mathematician to figure out the numbers here. I mean, is it 9,500? Is it 6,400? Does it really matter? I mean, just the idea of 6,000 plus cars on Fostoria Way going to a gas station, idling in line, waiting for it, doesn't make sense. I'm not against Costco, competition, gas, but this is the wrong location. Look at the other locations that we talked about. We talked about Livermore, Concord, Hayward. I've been to all of those locations. They're a much better location for a gas station where people are idling. They're right near the freeway. They're not near other residents. You know what? There is a lawsuit filed already in Pleasanton. I'm sure you're aware that says that the CEQA. How can you not say that there wouldn't be significant air quality, traffic, noise, and water quality impacts? I mean, it boggles the mind. And when Costco can't answer a simple question to Commissioner Wallace about how much does a tanker hold and how many of them are there going to be, they know those numbers. I mean, they're easy to find out. I mean, it's determined by the tanker's weight on the freeway and the amount of gallons that you can carry. So the most a tanker
Sorry
can
to
ever.
interrupt you. Your time's up, but you can finish your thought.
Okay. The most that they could ever carry is 11,600 gallons. They don't ever carry that much. So I think we've heard tonight what they can carry. I'm just asking you, put on a reasonable mind. Remember that there are people that are living right next to it, to all of this, the fumes, everything else. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay, we have another John Bristow. You can speak when you're ready.
Yes, thank you, and good evening, commissioners. You had, as part of the analysis that you've been looking at, provided by the Costco consultants, 3 Costco gas station locations in California: Ukiah, Santa Maria, and Eastvale. It's in the Ontario area. And what do they all have in common? Well, they are nowhere near homes. I marked down the addresses. I went to Google Maps. What did I say? Open land, maybe just retail, 0 homes. Now, the property on Fostoria Way is obviously completely different. Homes half a block away and a lot closer than that. Of course, you've heard the prep school, businesses, restaurants. To compare these 3 other areas to the Fostoria Way site is absolutely laughable. Even the Pleasanton site that Costco wants for a store and gas station has no homes near it. Now, allowing the gas station to be built on Fostoria would mean 40 gasoline pumps near the homes. That's including the 8 Chevron pumps already directly across the street from the Fostoria Terrace condo community. The traffic flow along Fostoria is manageable now with the Costco store there. I like Costco. I like shopping there, but adding the gas station would be simply too much for the area. And here's a bit of irony for you. As you're likely aware, last year, San Ramon was named the safest city in America in which to raise a child. East Bay Times, August 19th, 2019. If you give the green light to this major disruption in people's lives, expect San Ramon to be nowhere on that list. This is a bad spot. It just does not belong here. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Okay, and our last commenter is Ron Lang.
Hi. Maybe in contrary to a lot of the people that have spoken tonight, I support the gas station going in there. I think it's in a good location. I think that because of where it's located, you'd have debated traffic, but I think there'd be an impact on the businesses around the area. The people are talking about people from other areas coming in to get gas. My experience has been you go to Costco and you get gas, but there will be people coming in. But all those businesses that are in those shopping centers in the area are going to benefit. And San Ramon's tax base, I think it's good for San Ramon's tax base. I'm sure it would generate a lot more sales tax revenues than the office depot that's currently there. So I support it. I think a lot of people in the area would.
All right, thanks, Ron. It looks like 2 other hands just popped up here. Chair Wallace.
Go ahead. I haven't dropped the gavel yet.
Okay. All right, we have Dennis No. If you'd like to speak when you're ready. Hi, Dennis. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes. Hi.
Hi there, Dennis here. Nice to see you, commissioners. A couple of thoughts. Everything, I agree. Everything's been covered. I don't have to go through all of that. But I do think about the general plan. Was this ever a gas station this big ever considered? Costco themselves say that they're not a retail store, they're a wholesale. So I would think it was never kind of considered. Here's a thought. This thing is a monstrosity. All these numbers that we're talking about, all these trips, it is huge. I am one of the few people who am in San Ramon, but I was on that map that they showed. That's how close that I lived to this. I just don't think it's right for San Ramon. It's bringing in way too much traffic. That is my thought. And I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Dennis. Okay. It looks like, so we now have 3 other speakers wishing to talk. I'll go ahead and unmute. We have a call-in speaker. Go ahead.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Good evening, planning, and I oppose this project. A lot of good points were mentioned tonight, but I just wanted to mention some things and stress a couple more things. So this gas station is projected to do 100,000 gallons per day, and the average gas station in that area does 100,000 gallons a month, and they get about 2 to 3 fuel deliveries a week at most. So getting upwards, close to 10 fuel deliveries a day is just basically what it is having 30 gas stations in one location, 30, traffic producing, pollution producing gas stations. But the difference is the idling in this gas station is far beyond any other gas station. You guys, one point I want to mention is that the Livermore gas station, Commissioner Frank, the Livermore gas station is indeed 8 dispensers and 16 fueling positions. It's not 16 dispensers and 32 fueling positions. So I urge you guys to go look at the Livermore gas station, go look at the Concord gas station. If you can't make it out there, go look at a satellite view and just see the type of queuing they have and see how much traffic it's producing, and just think about what that would look like in our city of San Ramon. Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Niken Patel. You can speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi. Hello, Planning Commissioner. I just want to be pretty short. I have heard all the comments. I want to say I lived across the Costco. So when I bought the house, there was a vacant lot, then Costco warehouse built, and then Costco gas station was built. And I have seen traffic growing from nowhere, quiet neighborhood, into basically lines and lines of car. I have literally not pumped a gas at Costco, even though being right across from our community, because there is always, I live across, and if I go 6 a.m. or 9 a.m. or 5 p.m., there is at least 5 cars in each fueling position waiting there. So it's almost impossible to fill up gas at Costco without waiting for 20, 30 minutes. So this is what you are looking at, basically entire operation of hours of Costco gasoline. You'll have that many cars idling at all the time. This is a lot of pollution, lot of car idling, and not to mention lot of traffic. And not all the cars will be within the city. So all this extra noise, extra pollution will be coming out from a long way. That's all I want to say. I want to oppose this Costco gas station. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we can move on to Deborah, I believe it is.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'll keep this short. I'm a Fostoria Terrace resident for over 20 years, and I just wanted it on record that I oppose this project. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. Okay, we have Rob Glazner.
Yes, actually, thank you for saying my name correctly. I appreciate that. So I'm kind of, I live in Fostoria Terrace, and I have been sitting on the sidelines. This is probably the first meeting of this type I've ever attended, and I'm thoroughly impressed with both the people on the Planning Commission and the people that called in. And of course, it was a very polished presentation at the very beginning. But I live here in Fostoria Terrace, and I see how poorly Costco manages one intersection, the intersection of Camino Ramon, Fostoria Way, and their store. I fear for my life sometimes just trying to go through a four-way stop sign. So I see how Costco manages their store. I listen to the trucks delivering constantly. You know, I don't hear them in the middle of the night, but I hear as early as 5 o'clock in the morning delivering merchandise. I understand that. I shop at Costco. I appreciate they have a store there. But, you know, I just don't see how, if they can't manage just one little intersection, how they're going to manage this gas station with people crisscrossing back and forth. Oh, I need gas. Nope, I got to go shopping. Nope, let me get some gas. They're going to be back and forth across that street. And I just, you know, I just don't see how that's going to happen. Also, I can't believe that there hasn't been an independent study. I just can't believe that that a decision is going to be made based on the quality of the presentation by paid people. It just shocks me. And I think that, you know, I was almost in tears when I heard the first person speak with passion, Steve. Think about him. Think about that poor woman who has lung cancer. This, you know, you're impacting people's lives. You're impacting people's property values. You know, you may not live anywhere near, I don't know where you live, but just think about these people that really care about where they live. And thank you very much.
Thanks, Rob. All right, we are moving on. We have two last speakers. It looks like Suvendu. If you'd like to speak, you'll have 2 minutes. Suvendu, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's some feedback on your end if you want to see if you could fix that.
This is better now?
We can hear you, but there's some echoing and feedback on your end.
Okay, why don't you move to the next person? I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so we can move on to John Souza if you're ready to talk. You'll have 2 minutes as well. Hi, John, can you hear us?
Oh, sorry about that. I was on mute. So I'll make this quick. Thank you all for your time. I'd like to thank all of the commissioners for being so patient with us and putting so much effort and patience and time into this. So I'm a local resident and I'm in opposition to the gas station. I thought there have already been great points on pollution and traffic, but one thing I didn't really hear much about was noise. So I thought I'd chime in as a local resident. I believe it was Commissioner Wallace who asked a lot of great questions, but one of the ones that stood out to me was he asked if the Costco representative, if trucks will be refilling during operating hours. And he wasn't really given a yes or no answer. I think the answer was, I would assume so. And that is kind of concerning to me, to be at this point in the project and you don't know when if it's possible that a truck can refill at 4 a.m. And a lot of these trucks have really loud, bassy engines. I can speak from experience from Costco, the warehouse across the street. We get people woken up in the middle of the night from the trucks. They'll deny that trucks are not coming in and out. They're not supposed to be. But it really kind of irked me when I saw in the presentation, it said, the quote was, "Obey the law," in Costco's presentation. Costco has had multiple noise ordinance violations for after hours issues. And it's kind of like, we have kids trying to sleep like at 11, 12 o'clock at night. We hear generators, machinery being operated. One of the frustrating thing is, and I know I'm running short on time, I'll try to make this quick. It was also mentioned that, we don't have staff there during after hours. It's just during operating hours. Well, when these noise ordinance violations occur, there's no number to call to say, hey, can you guys knock it off? Turn off that machinery. You guys have trucks pulling up, honking outside. You have things going on. So we have to resort to things like trying to call in the next day and get blown off, or call Danville PD to report a noise ordinance violation. And we speak to the officers go over there, talk to the security guard. The security guard tells the officer, oh, there's not much we could do. There aren't any staff inside. So I just wanted to tell you the pain is real. It's 9:42 right now. If you were to drive over to the Costco warehouse in the back area right now, you would hear all the machinery going on right now. And we have kids trying to sleep because they have school at home in the middle of a pandemic the next day. And we have this vibrating noise from this machinery or trucks, and it penetrates our walls. And we're just trying to sleep here. And it's just kind of like, so that's my concern, is that there have been noise violations in the past. The obey the law thing really irked me because they don't follow noise ordinance issues. When we try to talk to them, we kind of get blown off and we get back to square one every time. Anyway, I could reference police officer names if you guys are interested for a reference, but I hope you're all safe. Have a pleasant holiday and try not to stress too much during the pandemic. And thank you all for your time.
Thanks, John.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and just move back to Sivendu and let him try to talk once again. Hi there, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Is there a problem?
We're still getting some feedback, really heavy feedback on your end over there. It might be because if you're logged in as a caller and as a participant on the computer, I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, that's better. So can you hear me fine this time?
Yes. Yep. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, your time started if you'd like to speak. Okay, Suvendu, we're gonna move on. It looks like someone else has put their hand up. So if you could figure out your audio, we'll try and come back to you, okay? Okay, we have Tia Daniel.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi, yes, I'm Tia Daniel. I'm a resident of Pastoria Terrace, and I strongly oppose this project for having the gas stations so close to our residents. I'm in agreement with everything that was kind of presented tonight for all those in opposition of this project. And thank you.
Thanks, Tia. Okay, it looks like that wraps up all of our speakers. I don't see our previous speaker raising his hand any longer. So it's, we did just have another hand pop, 2 additional hands pop up. I don't know how you'd like to proceed.
Are there hands up?
One is someone who's already spoken. So we have 1 additional hand up.
Let's do with the one who has not spoken.
Okay. So Kurush or Kurash, if you'd like to speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I just wanted to lend my support for the Costco gas station. I think the previous speaker that also spoke in support of Costco and pointed out some of the issues with respect to comments that had been made against it are very much the same as mine in terms of the most important part of it. I think most people are assuming that the traffic is going to be incremental, whereas in my opinion, at least if I use myself as an example, in most cases, I combine my purchasing of gas at Costco and going to the warehouse for my shopping at the same time. So I don't think the actual number of traffic or car traffic will be as significant as people are expecting. So in general, I am a longtime resident of San Ramon myself. I've been here for over 40 years and very much in support of the Costco gas station. I'm one of those individuals that travels outside of San Ramon to Livermore or Concord to purchase my gas. I'm actually not supportive of the high-priced gas in the city of San Ramon. For some reason, it's significantly higher than anywhere else in the Contra Costa County area, and I'm very much in support of the gas station. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any more hands raised?
It looks like that wrapped it up.
Okay. And I'm going to close the public comment at this point. I would propose that since we've been going for 2 hours and 45 minutes, that we take a 10-minute break. Unless someone would like something longer, we come back at 9:55, at which time the applicant will have a chance to speak, and then the commissioners will get to ask questions of staff and the applicant before we start our own discussion. So come back at 9:45 or 9:55, excuse me.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're back. Let's see, Commissioner Frank, I think everybody's here. Okay. All right, so at this point, I'd like to invite the applicant to do a rebuttal to the comments that were made during the public comment session.
Thank you, members of the commission. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to some of the comments that we heard from the public during that comment period. I guess the main thing for what we want to respond to is that there's a lot of scrutiny cast on the integrity of the studies and the validity of the findings through that comment period. But I feel that it's important to point out a few things. First, the point that was raised during our presentation being that the studies produced for this application were robust in both scope and nature. Studies are of the kind that would be required by city staff should the project have been reviewed under a different CEQA process, such as in an initial study or even an EIR. So as far as the studies produced, it's completely consistent with the more robust process. We happen to take those studies on early in order to provide the substantial evidence that the project did, in fact, not cause any significant impacts. Of course, because we wanted to make sure that we were consistent with the CEQA guidelines for this type of project. The studies that were produced were based on published guidelines published by various agencies such as the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. And those studies were reviewed by staff who confirmed that they complied with the published guidelines. I want to raise this important point because these weren't industry studies creating data or findings out of thin air. These are based on methodologies that are approved and are standard for these type of CEQA analyses. Additionally, with regards to the traffic study, again, the traffic study scope was confirmed by the city before the study even commenced. And then the report, including the VMT and other findings within the report, were peer reviewed by the city before they were accepted as being complete for our application. So again, the traffic data was something that is in accordance with the city guidelines, is in accordance with CEQA guidelines, and was reviewed thoroughly by city staff. Another item we wanted to address was the appropriateness of the fuel facility in the surrounding context, with there being a nearby neighborhood as well as a mix of commercial and retail uses surrounding. I just thought it important to point out that fuel facilities in urban locations for Costco is not uncommon at all, not even in the Bay Area. We've had many examples comparable to this project where the fuel facilities were analyzed for both land use compatibility as well as CEQA impacts, and were approved. In South San Francisco, a 16 dispenser facility last year was approved and constructed. We also have another one in San Jose, both locations well within 500 feet of nearby residences, which would make them a perfect example for a project like this, also within similar air quality agencies and just generally within the region. So I guess in short, we just wanted to make sure that it was clear the information provided as part of our application was pulled together in a very professional and also standardized way, and that this project is not necessarily precedent setting either in size or location for the region, which is why we are confident that it is a project that does in fact fit right in with the nearby warehouse and the surrounding area. That's all I wanted to add in response to what we heard from the public, but also the commission's questions earlier on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any questions either for the applicant or for staff at this point before we have our discussion? I don't see anybody, but I have a question. I have a couple of questions for staff. The first one was a number of speakers have raised the idea that the city should have required the applicant to pay for an independent consultant for the city for traffic, EIR, or such other issues. As part of a use permit process, do we have the authority to do that?
In some case, we do, especially when the project becomes subject to negative declaration or mitigating negative declarations. And then we hire a consultant and they're paid by the applicant. And then those professional consultants would take the information provided by the applicant and then review that to make sure what they have provided is adequate.
Yeah, have we done? I'm sorry, go ahead.
But in this case, the project qualifies for the infill exemption class 32 based on the fact that the information provided to us, and also based on the fact that the size of the property, location, and utility availability, and also the common sense of the existing condition of the property being in a manner that wildlife habitat value is not there, and so forth. So the applicant has provided adequate information in this case.
So we haven't not in the past required an applicant to provide the money to do an independent study supervised by the city if there was an exemption from CEQA?
That's correct.
Okay. Second question I had, one of, if not the largest issues in this application has to do with traffic. Has the traffic engineer for the city reviewed the traffic study and commented on it?
Yes, she did.
And what was the comment by the city traffic engineer?
Perhaps you should ask the traffic engineer.
Okay.
I believe she's attending this meeting.
Oh, she. Okay, can we put her on then if she's available?
Yes.
Hasn't run away yet?
So through the chair, just briefly, we do receive studies from applicants all the time on projects. And if we choose to have them peer reviewed, we will. But we have the expertise in-house to review those studies based on the information provided and can basically corroborate the information they provided us. We will do that. But when we do need to send studies out or have peer review, we will do that.
Okay, that's a fair build-up. Ms. Fair, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you this evening?
Until I asked for you to show up, I guess. All right, so I assume you've been listening to the commentary the last 3+ hours. Do you have any thoughts on the traffic study that was promulgated by Costco you'd like to share with us?
I mean, overall, excuse me, I'm in agreement with the study in general. I just want you to know, like I do have many years of actually doing traffic studies, so I do have the expertise to review these. The analysis is what we actually dictated to the consultant. I mean, what intersections to do, The traffic volumes that we used were actually from non-COVID period. And, except for some of the driveway counts that they did. And I believe, if I remember correctly, that they made adjustments to the counts due to the COVID time frame that we're dealing with. But in general, the traffic counts are reflective of pre-COVID. And I agree with their conclusions as for what recommendations that they're proposing, installing the traffic signal at the intersection. I don't believe the queuing is going to be a problem because it's all internal queuing. And it's nothing like the station that was mentioned, I think, in Tustin. Is that correct? It's the configuration is completely different. Are there any other specific questions that you would like me to answer?
No, my bottom line question was, I think you sort of answered, which was that it's your opinion that the methodology and conclusions reached in the traffic study were reasonable?
Yes, they are reasonable.
Okay. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for Ms. Fierce since she's up here? I'm more than happy to answer questions. Commissioner Marks, you have to unmute yourself though. There you go.
Deborah, we haven't discussed this yet, but since we have you here, I'd like to ask you a question about the traffic signal. The way I look at it, and I'd like you to tell me whether you agree or you disagree. The way I look at it, the traffic signal is required per our general plan 2035 to meet the level of service that we require along a San Ramon public street, or at least to get from where we are now to a more acceptable level of service. But there's another reason, and I was going to bring this up at a later point, but this application essentially asks San Ramon to become an adjunct parking lot for the warehouse, which is across the street, and to take whatever costs that may include and assume the full cost of it. And here's where I'm going. It's my understanding that a traffic signal these days costs somewhere between $150,000 and $200,000. Costco will pay for the initial installation and getting it hooked up into our system, correct?
Yes.
Over time, as the traffic signal requires any kind of work, or in the future replacement, that would be a full cost on the part of the city of San Ramon, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In my experience, when cities have a situation analogous to this, and I've never come across a situation quite like this, where a land use in one jurisdiction at the border is requesting what Costco is in another jurisdiction, but cities use what's called a reimbursement agreement. And it just strikes me that there ought to be a reimbursement agreement between the city of San Ramon and Costco for the future maintenance, whatever those costs are, and if and when necessary, replacement of the signal. We both benefit. They need it to safely get employees and customers from our side of the street over to their side of the street, especially given the increased traffic. And we need it, as I said, based on our standards in our general plan. It seems to me a fair deal to say that 50% of the costs of maintenance and replacement, when that occurs, and that may not be for a number of years down the road, should be split 50-50. And I'm wondering what your reaction is to that.
I don't think I can really comment on that. I think that's more of a policy decision.
Okay, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I would say to the Planning Commission, that seems to me that if this project were approved, or any project that required the traffic signal where it is, that it is the applicant's benefit as much as this city's benefit to have the traffic signal there and operational if they want an adjunct parking lot serving the warehouse on our side of the street. And so I may get to that later on, but I thought while Deborah was here, I maybe would put her on the spot a little bit and just see what your reaction was, but I appreciate it if you're not ready to answer.
Before I let you go, Commissioner Marks, 50-50, who's the 50-50 split between?
Costco, not Danville. It's split between Costco, who was requesting the land use in our city to help them increase traffic, or I should say parking on their side, and the city of San Ramon.
Okay.
We need it because of our general plan requirements. They need it to safely get their customers and employees to and from the warehouse.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify because I was hoping that, the 50-50, maybe Danville might give us 1% of their sales tax from Costco warehouse.
I would take that, but I doubt seriously that we have any kind of nexus.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions from the commissioners for either the applicant or for staff? Right now, Commissioner Kuznick?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging me. I just want to have this clarified because we've heard a lot of information tonight about volume of cars. And I know that it was stated early in the presentation, but do they know how many cars come to Costco right now without a gas station? Because I think the point was made that these are not warehouse shoppers' gas, but we should know already how many people on a daily basis are coming to Costco. And it's starting to get busy because it's getting into the holidays. We should be able to know that number. I mean, and I think, I don't know if it was Ms. Lopez or stated that. Thank you. You popped back on.
Yes, here I am. And I agree it would be ideal to have that number for you. Unfortunately, the timing at which the team began our studies was shortly after the pandemic had begun, and data collection during that time just would not really be representative of what we all are otherwise looking for.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
But it certainly would seem it is in most of your locations that currently have gas stations that you don't have a doubling of the number of vehicles because you put in a gas station.
We sure don't.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And that is accounted for in the trip generation. There's a consideration in how the math is done there for trips that are shared between the warehouse and the fuel station.
Okay.
Yes.
And let's just ask a quick clarification on the number of cars per day, because I'm still trying to wrap my head around what roughly 7,000 cars a day might look like. And if I did the math, and forgive me, Chair Wallace, for doing math as we're having a meeting. The station is going to be open 17 hours a day, more or less, 60 minutes per hour. It gives you 255 cars in an hour. Well, and if they do the 4 minutes fill up is how you get the 7,000 cars. So that would mean, like, from the time the place opened till the closing bell, you're at 32 cars all day long, the entire 17 minutes to get to that roughly 7,000 number. Now, is my math bad? It's okay if it is. I was a science teacher. But that's how I figured this, which seems highly improbable.
So I was trying to follow the numbers with you quickly,
Okay.
But ultimately, though, let's trust your math. And so what the 32, just tell me what your final piece there was. You arrived at essentially the number 32?
Well, that in order to get the 7,000 per day, that would be the 32 pumps or the 32 hoses working. They're 4 minutes per car for every hour you're open the entire day to get to 7,000. That was the math, which again, I find improbable, not impossible, but improbable over 5 days or, 7 days a week.
Yep. I'm following what you're saying.
Okay.
And so I would not, based on the level of activity at other Costco fuel stations, I do not expect, based on the data, I do not expect to see every position or, every hose actively engaged, all day long, every single day, because what we do see is there are ebbs and flows to the activity on the site. There really will be less busy times of day, and there will be busier times of day. And so there will be periods of the day when every single position has a vehicle at it, and there are folks lined up behind waiting their turn. That is what the data would tell us will happen.
Sure.
And there will be times of day, particularly in the morning and in the midday, when some of those pumps will be positions will be actively in use, and some will, there will be more turnover or more quiet. Data we collect, I also, in addition to trip generation, Kittleson consistently collects queuing data so that we can track how long the queues are. And it's that sort of data that also illustrates the point I make here, which is that there are times of day when the queue may be zero, meaning no one's waiting. That really happens.
Right. And so because I think we've tossed these numbers around without taking the opportunity to kind of like, okay, does it pass the reasonable test? And while it is busy, and anybody who's gotten gas at a Costco knows that there's times when you zip right in, and other times you are in that queue, but it's not the everyday, all day volume that we heard as the alarm from the residents. That's
based on
reasonable.
data. Based on data collected at other Costco fuel stations, including in the Bay Area, we consistently see there are busy and less and non-busy times of day on, regardless of the day of the week.
And would the folks from Costco agree that as a gas station, you are probably one of the most highly regulated industries? I counted 6 different agencies, in the Bay Area, which monitor and impact air pollution requirements. So it's not like, the gas stations are old, correct?
There are numerous regulations governing any fuel station, not just a Costco fuel station. Correct.
Okay. And so they're probably these days among the much cleaner, I won't say cleanest because I would be speaking out of turn, but certainly much cleaner. So yeah, and I just had, so that I'll have a comment on the safety with the signal, but that's not really a question, and I can discuss that later. Thank you, Chair Wallace.
Commissioner Frank?
Thank you. I just, since we have both traffic experts up on our Brady Bunch screen here, I wanted to clarify something to make sure I understand it correctly. Our specific plan, the North Camino Ramon specific plan, apparently has a daily trip budget in it. And that, according to the table in the specific plan, the daily trip budget is $49,250 with AM and PM peaks that I won't go into right now. Was there any, in ascertaining the study, was there any comparison to the anticipated trip generations, for example, the 6,870, as compared to the budget, if you want to call it that we have in the specific plan? Anyone? Ms. Fair?
No, not with traffic engineering, no.
Okay. I'm not big on math either. And so, but my rudimentary math skills would tell me that if we use the conservative estimate from the traffic study of 6,870 trips per day, that would equate to about the 20% of the entire daily budget for the specific plan. Excuse me, 14%. 14%. And I was just wondering if that aligns with what your understanding of the numbers is, or not.
I would have to go back and look at what the trip tables were saying, because I like I said before, we didn't look at that, or I didn't look at that.
Okay.
Through the chair, I can speak a little bit to the North Camino Ramon plan and the trip budget. This in part relates to the analysis that was done based on the build-out scenario that was anticipated for the Camino Ramon plan, a mix of housing and commercial uses. And so it's really a check-in point. It's not intended to be a project level analysis. It's looking at build out of the plan area as a whole. And so it speaks to how trips will be spread out throughout the plan area in order to minimize impacts on specific intersections.
Thank you. I don't know if that helps, Commissioner Frank, but.
I understand. I understand the point.
Okay. Any more questions, Commissioner? Commissioner Kuznick? Commissioner Marks? Okay. All right. So at this point, having exhausted our questions of both staff and the applicant, I think now it's time to turn to discussion from the commissioners. So at this point, I will hold it open for volunteers. Or I have to pick someone. So I see Commissioner Frank and Commissioner Mark have muted themselves to try and hide. It's like hiding in the back row. So the teacher won't ask you a question because you're sitting in the front row.
That's
so
okay.
Commissioner Kuznick, why don't you go ahead first? By the way, I did the same math you did.
Yes.
Basically came up with the same conclusion you did. I basically determined to hit 6,800 throughputs through that gas station, you'd have to occupy every single pump, every single minute of all 16 hours between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. And each of those throughputs, they'd have to do a pump and dump within 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. And I agree with Ms. Lopez and you that that's clearly not a likely scenario. That number is much lower, but since you did the math for us, I wanted to congratulate you on doing that.
Well, thank you. Thanks for the vote of confidence. So I have some thoughts on this, and I want to just say that I'm so grateful that so many people called in. This is certainly something that you know, we all wrestle with, and we want to do the right thing for everybody. But I have a couple of thoughts, sort of like to bring us back to how to think about these things. And one of the things I jotted down was the difference between no impact versus no significant impact. That the documents that we have to look at, and this is true when we were doing the EIR for City Walk, is that the pardon me, the requirements are not that there is no impact. The requirements is the level of impact. And when you read through the studies, you know, it repeatedly said that it did not reach significant impact. And those are standards that are used in the Bay Area, air quality, noise, those sorts of things. And they're repeatedly stated in the reports that we got, that there's no significant impact. Now, you know, how you respond to that emotionally is different, but what we have, well, what I believe we are required to do is to look at this in its more concrete methodologies. So there's that. I do think that the number of cars that go to Costco right now are probably a pretty good indicator of, you know, maybe a 10 to, I'll go 30% increase. But I don't think it's going to be the onslaught that people anticipate. But, you know, I hope that I'm not proven wrong on that one. The other thing that I wrote down was this idea about the traffic signal. And I'm actually very pleased to see that traffic signal. And I will say this because I actually think that it will improve the safety on Fostoria. Right now, because I do a lot of walking around, that if you are crossing there in front of Costco or any place there on that side of Fostoria, the people in the cars are a little crazy. And so, no, well, okay, let's just say maybe they don't have good driver mindsets. So I really like the idea of the traffic signal. And if we can get, you know, like maybe a little cash on the side, as Commissioner Marks mentioned, that's great. So I actually think that the safety for the neighbors improves with that traffic signal, and people not trying to, you know, jump the stop sign and, you know, have all those other kinds of bad driver habits. I think a large problems of the traffic are also related to just how terrible the driveway, not the driveway, but the parking lot of the current Costco is, but that's not our problem. That's somebody else's problem. And finally, I just want to say that, you know, again, this is a project that, well, people live close, the Fostoria Terrace, and someone did mention it, that the folks who live there, whether or not Costco is a good neighbor, I won't speak to, but they do live directly across the street from probably one of our most heavily automotive-based areas in San Ramon. There is what used to be Sponges, is a gas station. There's the car place, the lube place. There's all kinds of auto repair places. There's the one guy who always has the old, you know, muscle cars out in front. So, I mean, that is kind of our automotive industrial neighborhood, and they're already living there. And so it's, you know, I think it's kind of like, you know, you picked your neighbors, and with the gas station, with all the regulations about, you know, fugitive fumes and all the kinds of things, it's probably the least of the things that are going to be noxious. But again, that's not my area of expertise. I just suspect it because of what the state of California has put in to deal with gas stations. So those are the comments that I put together. Again, the difference between no impact is not the same as no significant impact. So thank you, Chair Wallace.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Frank, you've unmuted your microphone. You're on deck. You're on, actually.
I'm on. I'm at the plate. So I've got a few thoughts. First of all, the scope of the project in my mind is I have some issues, and let me explain why. First of all, I looked to the issue of the sensitive receptors and the 300-foot setback, and I spent some quality time looking over the ARB manual, and I would note that where they came up with the 300-foot, did I say yard foot setback? It's in their gasoline dispensing facilities grid, GDF as they call it. And they talk about extremely large GDFs with sales over 3.6 and as high as 19 million gallons per year. I don't even think they contemplated, who knows for sure, something in the magnitude of 34.5 million gallons per year. And it's interesting, in this grid, the last sentence, and I'll read it, says, under rural air dispersion conditions, these large GDFs can pose a larger risk at a greater distance. Based on that, I have concerns that the 300 feet may not be enough. Maybe it is. I don't have 100% confidence in the data that I'm reviewing that it is. That's the first issue I have with the scope. Similarly, I went back and looked at the definition in our zoning ordinance of what a service station is, and it's vague, which we would expect. But this is sort of like lawyers arguing what the framers of the Constitution meant when they came up with terminology. Yes, it's in our CMU, mixed commercial use designation, a service station is allowable. Did our framers intend service station to include a 34.5 million gallon per year operation that has 32 pumps? I would suggest that probably wasn't foreseen at the time that was done. And I don't think that size of an operation was contemplated when the EIR was done attendant to the specific plan either. So I question whether this should be exempted from, I'll say at this point, a more independent study. Whether it would rise to the level of an EIR, I can't opine on right now. I'm just saying I don't have enough information to be comfortable with what I've seen. As I've already mentioned, the specific plan has a trip budget, and I'm troubled by the fact that I understand that this is an aspirational budget, like a financial budget would be. But I have to assume that the Planning Commission and the City Council, when they enacted the policy, they thought about it. I'm trying to give honor to it. And if I see a 14% drain on that trip generation budget from one operation, one parcel in the specific plan, using the conservative numbers by Costco's consultant, that also is problematic. And to me, it also speaks to a size and scope issue that is disconnected from our specific plan. And I would also like to see the reporting on the pollution levels to be to quantitatively treat the issue of the cumulative health risks in the general area there, given everything that's going on, not just specific to our project. And the applicant has admitted that they didn't do that. I know that they treat it in other areas, but not quantitatively. And so for those reasons, I question whether this is really consistent with our specific plan, our general plan. I think there are too many questions for me to feel comfortable in its current composition. Those are my primary comments I have now. Thank you.
Commissioner Marks.
Mr. Chairman, I am going to echo some of the comments or just rely on some of the comments that Commissioner Frank just made. But I want to talk about studies. In my experience, and we've seen this here in San Ramon, you don't agree with a study, and so you challenge the authors as being biased, or you challenge the information. You say another study has to be done, or you even produce another study. I don't think studies are going to convince people one way or another if they already have a position. I think that this comes down to something different than that. For me, this is a question of scale. Right now, it feels like I don't know enough about the traffic situation, and I don't fault the traffic engineers who did this. I fault COVID and their ability to do what we typically do and get some real world counts. And they can't, given the shelter in place situation that we're in. So I don't see why we have to approve this project right now. We are potentially approving something that will detrimentally impact the neighborhood or not. They've done their best job that they can in extrapolating from various pieces of information and studies, but they don't really have a good count. And from the traffic information, other environmental issues flow. We weren't able to get an answer on the number of cars that are on that street right now. And that's basic information. I have the sense that people are raising arguments as well as they can, but they're not really germane in my mind to the issue. I don't think people on the Iron Horse Trail are threatened or will be threatened by this. I do not believe that a park is going to be threatened. The users of a park are going to be threatened by this. There are lots of parks that are near vehicles. My kids play baseball in the Dublin Sports Park, which is right along the freeway. And, you know, I've never heard of any problems that ensued from that. It comes down, in my opinion, to right now, I feel like the scale of this project is too big. I even question why, if San Jose has this level of scale at a gas station and neighborhoods near it, why that wasn't one of the study areas that we were given information about. So on its face, I just don't have the sense right now I'm ready to make a decision because I'm not really sure what I'm basing it on that I can rely on. I don't think the air quality issues are as severe as people are making out. It comes down to traffic, in my opinion. It comes down to what the North Camino Ramon specific plan really anticipated. And I think Howard hit the nail on the head when he said this level of this type of gas station, the scale of this gas station is probably not what was anticipated. And I'm not sure yet how to really process that. I want to get to the point that I made about the traffic signal, because that probably feels like it came out of left field. But if you get up to a more macro level of city planning, cities are funded largely based on land use decisions. No other department in the city is responsible for helping to produce the tax base of the city. The Parks Department doesn't, the Police Department doesn't, even though it's a critical service. And in our area, parks are a critical service. It is through land use planning that cities develop the tax base that they need to run. Conversely, cities should not just be focused on what are the taxes that are going to be produced, but what are the costs of the land use that we are going to approve. And my focus on the traffic signal is, if I'm right that a traffic signal today is in the ballpark of between $150,000 and $200,000, at some point when it may need to be replaced, it's going to be more than that. And the beneficiary of this traffic signal, I agree, we are one of the beneficiaries, but I also see the Costco warehouse, if we are going to approve a parking lot that serves the warehouse, as being equally benefited. And I don't see us bearing the full cost of something that they are benefiting from. Additionally, while it's not the main reason for us feeling that we benefit from the traffic signal, which intersection is most benefited? It is the main Costco driveway. So again, they benefit. It seems to me, through a condition of approval, it is not unreasonable for us to add a requirement that the city staff enter into a reimbursement agreement with Costco that after the installation of the traffic signal, which is clearly going to be their cost, all maintenance and operations costs related to that signal, as well as any future replacement, be borne 50-50 between the city of San Ramon and Costco. So to sum it up, where I am tonight, I don't see the need to make a decision about this tonight. I don't think we have all of the traffic information we need. We haven't really looked at the North Camino Ramon specific plan and the impacts, as Howard was trying to point out, of this. We were told that this is consistent with a couple of policies, which themselves are not really well discussed in the reports. And so right now, if I had to take a vote, yes or no, I'm inclined to say no, but I'd really rather say no at this time. I'm not saying I'm up against any kind of a gas station there. But I think the scale of this one right now raises a lot of concerns for me. Concerns that these two meetings haven't really resolved.
Okay, let me deal with a couple of issues, some of the minor ones. I live a mile from two gas stations on Crow Canyon Road. Both of them back up to several different housing developments. So it's certainly not unusual for a gas station to back up literally within 100 feet of a housing project. This one is well over 500 feet. The second, I actually was kind of surprised to see the concerns over the North Camino Ramon specific plan. I will tell you, I was on the Planning Commission when we drafted it. I was on the Economic Development Advisory Committee when that was started. I will tell you that no one on the Planning Commission back then would have been concerned about a gas station in that particular part of the North Camino Ramon specific plan. What we were concerned about was having both residential and retail in the heart of the city, which we sort of started on with the City Walk project. And I think it's a mistake to consider a trip budget in a plan that's almost 10 years old as some type of impediment to approving a project that is consistent with the rest of the plan as well as the general plan. That being said, it seems to me that we have certainly two commissioners who have questions on certain, I hope, discrete portions of the application. Obviously, traffic is one. I will note that in my view that the traffic study was probably based on what I consider to be a worst case scenario, because it only looked at one entrance to the project. And having been in that area, that's not likely that that's going to be the only one. And as Commissioner Kuznick pointed out with her calculus about the number of cars, I think it's far more likely that the number of cars going through that gas station will be closer to 5,000 a day rather than 6,800. I don't see any way in the world you're going to have 6,800 cars go through. And I would suspect that the traffic study and some of the environmental studies were done with a sort of a worst case scenario basis on it. But I can tell you that I can count, and we have 2 commissioners who are not comfortable at this point in making a decision. Not that they've said this is a project that I'm going to vote against. It's I don't feel comfortable because there are some open questions. It seems to me that this project is large enough so that we shouldn't force ourselves without a good reason to take an up or down vote on something like this if the issues and the concerns of the commissioners can be answered, or at least come to a conclusion with some additional work, either by the applicant or by staff. So I want to put it out to, first of all, to staff, and are Commissioner Marks's and Commissioner Frank's comments sufficiently detailed to have a follow-up discussion with the applicant about whether it is feasible for them to do some additional work to answer some of those questions?
I believe so from what I've heard, but if we could have specific questions from each of Commissioner Marks and Commissioner Frank, that would be helpful. So when we come back, probably December 15th at our next meeting, to respond to those, that would be extremely helpful. So we make sure we've captured their concerns and can respond to their respective comments.
And would you want these questions to be posed orally tonight, or is it acceptable and or preferable to have it in writing after the meeting where they've had an opportunity to sit down, write something up and make it succinct and to the point?
We need to have them presented tonight. We do conduct our work in the public with transparency. So the public who is listening tonight needs to understand what the commissioner's concerns are, and so we can respond back to those.
Fair enough. Okay, so I'm going to put each one of them on the spot. Commissioner Frank, is it possible for you to give staff as well as the applicant a list of those issues that you would like some additional input on?
I think I just did. Shall I restate them?
Please.
Okay. The first question or issue has to do with the efficacy of an independent study relative to the 300-foot minimum setback in relation to the ARB and its table. Well, it's on page 7 of the ARB manual that is cited in the materials in the staff report. I would like comment on a 34.5 million gallon annual operation as compared to the guidelines. I'd like to hear some independent analysis on that issue. Okay. Since I mean, you're asking for a list.
Yeah.
And this might be more staff than the applicant, but I'm asking for some sort of read on, and I just wanted to correct something that Chair Wallace had attributed to me. I never said that a service station wouldn't be proper here. In fact, it is. That's not debatable. My problem is with the scope and the scale, and I don't see an indication that a service station of this scope that wasn't even contemplated in the ARB was contemplated by our policymakers at any level. And so I asked for some clarification of that issue. I'd asked for some treatment of the issue of the daily trip budget. I'm not the one that's, I think we're charged with looking at the policies. I would call it sort of not a bright line, but it certainly is an aspirational policy. While we're at it, the statement that I think the applicant has taken the position that this is a greenhouse gas, either neutral or reduction. Some clarification on that position. I'm not an engineer or a scientist. It doesn't seem to make sense to me. Again, I'd like to see what the possibility is for an assessment of the quantitative assessment of the cumulative health risks that were treated in the report that was already done. And in that same vein, again, the potential of a fully independent analysis of those cumulative health risks. Because again, I'm not taking the position that it's no, it's that I don't have enough information to make an informed decision for the city, I believe. And these are things that I would like to learn to help me get there.
Well, you mentioned fully independent a couple of times in the connection with certain issues. What do you mean by fully independent?
Independent of the applicant.
You mean a separate consultant, an additional consultant?
However that's manifested, I would leave it to staff and council as to whether that would entail some sort of CEQA analysis, or it can be short of that. It can be something more focused, I would think, but something that I think the people that have spoken here today and the citizens writ large can be confident that it is a completely unbiased opinion. And I have to say, I'm not casting any dispersions. I think the applicants' experts have been excellent tonight. And I have no reason to believe that everything is being done scientifically according to Hoyle. It's just that with a project with a project of this scope and this size that has this potential impact on the city, I think it's a good idea to have a more independent analysis on some of the issues that I've talked about.
So through the chair, I believe Commissioner Frank is asking for a peer review of the consultant studies by a city-sponsored consultant, basically.
And that's what it sounds like to me.
And that sounds fine to me. I know that issue had been used, or that term had been used before, and peer-reviewed sounds appropriate to me.
Okay, thank you. Before I let Commissioner Frank off the hook there, does staff have any additional questions? It looked like Mr. Barr had one.
I think Mr. Barr has a comment.
I have a related comment. We have one other item on the agenda tonight, and we are almost at 11 o'clock, so we will need a motion to extend in order to hear a new item.
Okay. So I need a motion. Is that an open-ended extension, or we do this in 1 hour blocks?
30-minute blocks.
30 minute, okay. So I need a motion to extend to 11:30. Can I hear a motion?
Well, I'm already included, so
moved.
Okay, then I'll second it.
Okay, moved and seconded to extend our time by a whole 30 minutes. Roll call, please.
Okay, so we had mover Commissioner Marks,
Aye.
Seconder, Commissioner Frank.
Aye.
Vice Chair Kuznick.
Aye.
And Chair Wallace.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So does staff have a handle now on what Commissioner Frank wants done?
I believe so. So if we could get consensus from the commission on a continuance, and then the items, I think Commissioner Marks had comments also, and on the continuous date and items we're looking for, we certainly can begin to move forward to the next steps of this project.
Okay. Commissioner Mark, since I gave the floor to Commissioner Frank to outline what he would like done, do you feel that you've already told staff in sufficient detail that they can move forward with the items that you wanted reviewed?
Well, let me just quickly say the following. I'm concerned that I don't have a good grip on traffic on the street right now. Traffic that's coming from San Ramon Valley Boulevard in an easterly direction and going all the way down to the service station, or off of Camino Ramon and coming to the service station. I'd like to have a better sense of the traffic that's currently on the street. I don't know how they're going to do that now because the counts are not likely to be very accurate given the pandemic we're in, but that's one of the concerns I have. The other is I'd like a much more robust discussion of the North Camino Ramon specific plan. I think that the staff report doesn't give me a very strong background in it. And I wasn't on the Planning Commission at the time it was adopted. And in all the several years that I've been on the Planning Commission, we really haven't had to deal with it very much. I'd like to understand it in more detail, maybe even the staff going back through past notes about what was discussed relative to this area of the city. I do think that, again, I'm not arguing that a gasoline station couldn't be built on that site. For me, the scale of this is something of a problem. The traffic that will be generated by it and the Costco warehouse together is something that I'm concerned about. If the staff can address those to the extent possible, and I realize the burden it puts staff on to do the traffic work, but I guess that's what in part is why I don't feel like we really need to make a decision very quickly. But I'll leave it up to the staff.
Okay. Staff, got a grasp on what Commissioner Marks wants.
I believe so. Yeah. I think you can work with that. And I would suggest if it's the desire of the commission to continue to December 15th as a first step, and we'll see what we can put together. And then if we can't, then at that date, we'll ask for another continuance into January, but at least give us, the next month or so to work with the applicant to see what information they may have already and what we can do internally. But let's make that as an intermediate step to for the next meeting.
Okay. If the commissioners are
through the chair, can I make one comment or about something that Commissioner Marks had mentioned about a condition or approval?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you. I think we might need to explore that proposed condition further if that's something that the commission wants to support, because it could be precedent setting and it may be difficult to make the findings because it could be considered a monetary exaction. So we'll need to be able to explore it further and see if we can make findings to support something like that. So I just wanted to throw that out there as just something that we may need to do if that's the direction of the commission.
Perhaps that can be a part of the December 15th staff report.
Correct.
Fine, thank you.
Okay. Well, we all have some homework to do. So at this point, I'd like to ask the commissioners to make a motion to continue the hearing on the Costco gas station application to December 15th.
Mr. Chairman, I will move that the commission continue this item until December the 15th.
Through the chair, if I might, the hearing will be an open public hearing. You can
I'm
confirm.
sorry.
That's fine.
Thank you.
So I'll second it. I'll second it.
Okay, we have motion second to continue the hearing to December 15th. We have a roll call, Ms. Chavez?
Yes, we had mover Commissioner Marks,
Aye.
seconder Commissioner Frank,
Aye.
Vice Chair Kuznick,
Aye.
and Chair Wallace.
Aye.
Item 9.2 is continued to December 15th.
Okay, let's move on, and hopefully Commissioner Alpert is waiting in the wings because he'll be coming back. Item number 10, public hearing, new items, we have none. Item number 11, non-public hearing action items. 11.1, the Crow Canyon specific plan update, and looks like Mr. Alpert is joining us. Let's wait for Commissioner Alpert to log in. There he is. Nice to have you back, Commissioner Alpert. Okay.
Hi, everybody.
So we have a staff report by Ms. Yee. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much. Before I just start the report, I just wanted to see if we could promote Ben Huey and Cecilia So, the city's CEQA consultants, just in case they're requested to speak.
Yep, no problem.
I'll go ahead and share my screen so that you can see tonight's brief presentation. Are you able to see my?
We did before.
Oh, let me try again here.
It's a great desktop, though.
Yeah. Very soothing.
Let's try one more time. Okay. All right. Hopefully that's better. Yes?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm here this evening we're back again with the Crow Canyon specific plan. And I wanted to provide a recap of the process since last time the commission met and discuss some revisions that have been made to the public review draft since the commission's meeting in August. So tonight I wanted to report on the recommendations of the City Council on the review draft. As you'll recall, the public review draft was released in May of 2020, and the Planning Commission held 5 public hearings to receive public comments and approved the Planning Commission resolution recommending approval of the Crow Canyon specific plan update and the addendum to the EIR in August. The City Council then held 4 public hearings and received public comment and discussion on the draft Crow Canyon plan. And at their October 27th meeting, the City Council directed staff to revise the public review draft to bring the residential capacity of the plan area back to 735 units, ultimately by restoring the original residential housing overlay north of Faria Preserve Parkway. So attached to your staff report this evening is an updated public review draft with track changes that show a new 735 unit residential capacity, again, through the restoration of the residential overlay north of Faria Preserve Parkway, along with the inclusion of the residential overlay development standards and guidelines. We have prepared a supplemental CEQA memorandum, which is also attached to your staff report this evening, that evaluates the proposed reintroduction of the RO designation. And ultimately, the memo concluded that the re-implementation of the RO would not result in any new or more severe impacts than what was already evaluated and disclosed in both the 2006 EIR as well as the most recent 2020 addendum to that EIR. So just a overview of the changes since the Commission's last review of the land use map. In the plan that was forwarded to the City Council for their review, you'll see that that area north of Feria Preserve Parkway maintained the production, distribution, and repair, or the PDR zone, as well as the commercial/service commercial zone. And then in the proposed 2020 updated land use map, the residential overlay shown in this red hatched color has been placed on top of that PDR and CSC zoning. So in essence, the base zoning remains the same as PDR and CSC, but there is the ability that should a property owner have interest in developing residential on the parcels that have that hatched area, that they do have the ability to do that in the updated specific plan. So in addition to the land use map changes, as I mentioned, there are also an addition of that land use description in Chapter 4 of the plan, as well as development standards, design guidelines, and objective standards that are adopted related to the RO. So the recommendation this evening is for the Commission to consider the revised public review draft and the errata table, and provide comments and recommendations to the City Council for their consideration at their November 24th public hearing. As you've read in the staff report, the government code requires that upon the City Council's direction to make these changes, that a report and recommendation is required of the Planning Commission before they can formally take action. So the next steps after the Commission's review this evening would be conducting the 5th public hearing for the City Council, scheduled for November 24th, and upon the direction of the Council, update the Crow-Cane specific plan through the adoption of an ordinance and the EIR addendum. So with that, that completes my presentation this evening. I'm going to go ahead and just stop the share and feel free to ask any questions that you might have.
Okay. Is there going to be another presentation, or do we have it?
Nope, that's the last presentation from staff.
Now, I feel bad because Martin's been sitting here. He hasn't had a chance to say anything. So would you like to say something, City Attorney? And how about specifically, maybe this is old hat for people, but why were the City Council opted to put the residential overlay back in after we took it out?
Okay, let me go back a little bit. This whole thing started. The specific plan was introduced when in the pre-SB 330 days, and the SB 330 intervened, and at that point it was interpreted as requiring any downsizing or downzoning of a property to require upzoning somewhere else within the city. And that is what the city thought it was doing when it allowed, when it counted the upzoning in City Walk as fulfilling the requirement under SB 330 to make a compensating upzone for the 101 units that were lost, planning wise anyway. However, the SB 330 requirement also says that it needs to be done concurrently. And In just about every other legal context, concurrently doesn't necessarily mean they have to happen within the same nanosecond, or in this case, within the same hearing even. We've interpreted, we initially interpreted that the word concurrent was similar to how they would, how they might interpret conditions concurrent in a contract, for example. Just because one thing happens before the other and the two conditions don't happen concurrently, that doesn't mean that the contract is not fulfilled. So we looked at it in the traditional sense. However, intervening was the passage of Senate Bill 940, which only happened several weeks ago. And in that case, there was an objection similar to the objections that we got during the city council meeting. But these pertain to the city of San Jose's proactive upzoning of certain areas in anticipation of downzoning later. The city basically avoided the question altogether of whether or not concurrent ruled out being able to proactively upzone. They instead went back to the state and asked for special dispensation, and they got that special dispensation in the form of Senate Bill 940. And that basically just specifically said that San Jose gets to proactively upzone. So what that did to the rest of us cities is essentially say, in order to proactively upzone, you need to get some sort of special dispensation, either from the state, or you just need to do it concurrently, meaning all in the same motion. So, so with that, the risk of going forward with the upzone, or excuse me, with the downzoning as a part of the specific plan, and just putting it all on City Walk, which was approved, which was previously approved, is likely. There's just too much now that there's just too much authority now and too much history that for us to take that risk, given that we can just simply put the overlay back on.
All right, do any of the commissioners have any questions for staff?
Just a question to clarify for Cindy, maybe. The residential overlay disappeared a long time ago in my life on the commission. So could you just explain what it means when we have a residential overlay that lives on top of areas that have nothing to do with residential, like our PDR zone or our commercial zone? Just in simple terms, that means someone could choose to either do a commercial use or a residential use equally. Both of those uses are equally allowed on the same property, or what does it mean to have a residential overlay on a piece of property?
Sure. So in plain terms, it's exactly as you stated, that with the base zoning of PDR or the commercial service commercial, a property owner has the ability to carry on land uses and new development consistent with that commercial zoning. With the overlay placed on top of that base zone, it gives a property owner the additional ability to have a residential land use or a new residential development that would allow for residential land use. The general plan also allows for a potential mixed use development on these parcels. And so there is a potential where you may have a strictly residential development on the property, a strictly commercial development, or a mix of both.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you so much. No other questions?
Do we have any other questions? Because what we're supposed to do tonight is give comments, and although it's sort of sub silentio, a recommendation to the city council about this. I talked to staff earlier about this today, so I just want to put a couple of things out there. First is that, as Ms. Yee pointed out, the residential overlay allows residential to be built in areas that we set aside for commercial properties. There's about 13 or 16 acres in the residential overlay zone, not all of which is developable because, as some of you may recall, we have an earthquake fault running through part of it. But the upshot is that there is probably enough developable land in the residential overlay to exceed the 101 units that we've put back into the the San Ramon Village specific plan. That being the case, it is the foreseeable, or at least possible, that a full build out of that village plan area will result in a number of residential units that exceeds 735. So you need to be aware that what they're allowing is to have residential in areas that we didn't want, and we may have more than the 735 units being built down there. What impact that will have on our plans to create a core area at Deerwood and San Ramon Valley and Old Crow Canyon Road remains to be seen. We did change the other residential overlay that is south of Deerwood into multifamily residential housing. So we kept that in the plan. But this is basically being dictated by the state through SB 330. Martin, I don't think, explained what would happen if we said, nah, we're not going to have the residential overlay. But that area is zoned under the general plan for mixed use. The entire Crow Canyon specific plan is, which means, I think, Martin can correct me if I'm wrong, that someone could come in and do a mixed development in the PDR and the commercial service area, and because it would be consistent with our general plan. So we're sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment because of SB 330. And the city council decided that the safest way to deal with this was to put the residential overlay back in. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, it is. It is to me.
Okay. All right. So we were asked, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kuznick gave me to unmute yourself. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So I just, because my understanding is you want us to give feedback. So one of the thoughts was, I find it just, strange irony that having just finished this discussion about a gas station by residential, that we're being asked to look at an area which is we set aside to be, the PDR, more industrial and kinds of stuff, and then say, oh yeah, by the way, you might be able to build houses or build housing there. And it's like, well, okay, having said that, but I also want to comment that we have spent just in a great deal of time and thought and being very precise in these development standards about how we wanted the residential areas to look, paseos and setbacks and benches and the streets. But if I understand this correctly, all those will still apply, but you may have this like one-off tucked up in a corner, completely disjointed with any connection to all these other things we so lovingly and carefully thought we were planning for. And, it's, I would presume all those standards still apply, and you're going to get this great little, nugget of, it's like a walkway to nowhere concept, which we were very careful about saying we didn't want to have happen there, because that defeated the purpose of trying to create, an area that people wanted to walk, people wanted to bike, and we're kind of back to like, I almost cussed. What the heck, yeah, all your good plans, never mind, put in an apartment building, we don't care. So those are my comments. Back to City Council. You can edit as necessary. Thank you. It is past 11 o'clock, so hey.
So either
mute
Commissioner
myself.
Marks or Commissioner Frank want to weigh in on your comments?
Yes, I just have some questions for the staff. And two of them are very similar to what Commissioner Kuznick was just talking about. I want to ask, do all of the development standards included in section 4.5 in tables 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5, particularly the 30-foot street wall height, apply to all residential projects applied for, approved in, and constructed in the residential overlay? I'll read that again if that would be helpful, but I'm trying to make sure that I understand that the development standards that we have in section 4.5, as shown on those tables, all of those standards, particularly the 30-foot street height or street wall height, which we talked about a lot along Hooper Drive, they all apply to anything built in the residential overlay.
So I'm checking those tables right now. I've got 4.2, 4.4, and 4.5. So let me just double check to make sure I'm familiar with those tables before I answer that particular.
Okay, it's 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5. And then I'm going to ask a follow-up question, which is similar, which is, do all of the design guidelines included in section 4.6 apply to all residential projects applied for, approved in, and constructed in the residential overlay? In short, I'm trying to understand, yes, we may have to add 101 more units, but we spent most of our time talking about the development standards and the design guidelines, and I'm trying to ascertain, do they all apply to whatever gets built in the residential overlay?
Okay, well, as Cindy is looking up the specifics, I'll just speak in general terms, and that would be that objective standards under SB 330 would apply, and I think part of the endeavor here was to put in place those objective standards.
Yes, and we did, and I'm comfortable that we did a good job that way. I just want to make sure that the residential overlay doesn't blow a hole in a portion of either of those two sections.
Okay, and I'll turn it over to Cindy for the specifics, and then I'll look up those tables myself.
Great. So we're looking at packet page 475, just in case other commissioners want to perhaps follow along. So in response to Commissioner Mark's question about whether or not tables 4.2 and 4.3 apply to the residential overlay, those two tables are only applicable to the VCMU. When you get to tables 4.4 and 4.5 on page 475, we do have an errata change to that table. It now relabels that table to include building development standards for multifamily residential and for the residential overlay. And so edits that have been made to this table include street wall heights in the residential overlay to be 30 feet maximum. The standards that would apply in terms of the development standards shown in table 4-5, all of those standards that are in the PDR and the CSC apply to that residential overlay. So there is a 30-foot height limit in the PDR and the CSC zone that would apply to the residential overlay if somebody were to propose a residential development there, it'd be limited to that same height.
Cindy, if I may, packet page 482 has a large red line box that says The design guidelines applicable to the multiple family residential district shall apply to any residential development proposed to be constructed outside of the village center mixed use district or multiple family residential. And so I'm assuming that includes the residential overlay.
That would. And as you'll recall from our discussion from August and some of our other public hearings, one of the issues that was raised was this issue of the general plan having a mixed use land use designation for the entire plan area. And this red line tape or text change was in response to that mixed use designation, and that potentially we would have residential in other parts of the plan area that currently do not have a residential. We would believe that because this table would, or this text would apply to both the residential overlay area as well as all those other areas that have that mixed use land use. So yes, these design standards and guidelines would apply to the RO.
We spend a lot of time talking about Hooper Drive, especially the upper portion as the slope rose near the Golden Skate site and the auto repair shop, which is across the street. And again, the 30-foot wall height would apply in that area. And so I'm assuming that the development standards and the design guidelines as written do apply to the residential overlay.
Sorry to interrupt here real quick. We need to extend again another 30 minutes.
I also move.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and second to continue the hearing another 30 minutes to the witching hour of midnight. Can we have a roll call, please?
Okay, we had mover Commissioner Marks.
Aye.
Seconder Commissioner Alpert.
Aye.
Commissioner Frank.
Aye.
Vice Chair Kuznick.
Aye.
Chair Wallace.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one last question.
Sure.
The plan that's before us tonight reflects much more effort and language regarding textual changes to the plan than reformatting than updates to the residential overlay. Why all the textual changes? And who wrote them?
Are there specific?
Throughout the whole plan. I mean, there's just lots of stuff that's not related to the residential overlay that is changing what we wrote. I'm just curious, why are we doing that? And who was the author?
Are those the red line track changes that were?
Yeah.
So those red line track changes were actually included as part of the Planning Commission's recommendation to the City Council. So if I could just clarify, there is an errata table that's attached to your staff report this evening. And let me just get to what pages those start at. So beginning on packet page 412, numbers 1 through 54 on that table. So the changes 1 through 54 were recommendations that the Planning Commission had made to the City Council. And all of those text changes were previously presented to the Planning Commission in.
Okay, so these are not new changes. These are what we had already done.
That's correct. So I should have pointed out that the only changes that have been made to the public review draft since the Planning Commission's review and recommendation in August start at track change number 55 through 67 on packet page 417. And as you'll note, the table heading, those are only related to the residential overlay changes that were requested by the city council.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, do we have a
That's
comment?
helpful.
Do we have a comment from either Commissioner Frank or Commissioner Alpert?
Nothing.
I have nothing to add.
Okay. All right. So I think you have our comments. Do you want us to formally recommend approval of the plan as written to the city council?
We don't necessarily need that. You're obviously welcome to do a formal motion. The statute requires review and recommendation. So you've essentially done that. We can take that back to the council and incorporate it into the staff report, or we can entertain a motion.
Personally, I'd prefer to do a motion so it's clear and on the record that we're recommending approval of the plan.
Can I just jump in real quick? We did have a comment on this item, and per the clerk, she did say that we should go ahead and just state it for the record. So I don't know if we have to open.
Is that from Mr. Blickenstaff?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead, Mr. Chavez. Just note for the record, we have words of wisdom from Mr. Blickenstaff.
Yes, we did. Just the one communication item from Mr. Blickenstaff commenting on CEQA park acreage and number of units.
We may also want to see if there's anyone who's left in the gallery.
Yes. Yep. So if anyone would like to speak on this item, you could go ahead and do so by pressing the raise your hand button on your computer screen or *9 on your telephone.
I think if we do that, don't I have to open it up for public comment?
Yes, if you haven't, yes.
Okay, so if we have hands, let me know. I will open up for public comment. Keep it clean.
I don't see any hands.
Okay.
I would suggest the chair would open for public comment and then close public comment before appointing the motion.
Keep it extra clean. Okay. Public comment is now open. Do we have any hands raised? Anybody waiting to talk? No.
No hands raised.
Okay, public comment is closed. Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Alpert.
I'd like to make a motion that we send this on to the city council with the planning commission's recommendation for adoption.
We'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion made and seconded to recommend approval of the San Ramon Village specific plan to the city council. Ms. Chavez, can we have a roll call vote?
Absolutely. So we have mover Commissioner Alpert.
Aye.
Seconder Vice Chair Kuznick.
Aye.
Commissioner Frank.
Aye.
Commissioner Marks.
Aye.
And Chair Wallace.
Aye.
Okay, 11.1 passes to be recommended to city council.
Okay, let's move on. Do we have any liaison reports? I don't see anybody anxious to talk.
My two are Thursday, so I'll be I was asked to go to the housing committee and then the transportation committee or transportation advisory, housing advisory, but they're Thursday.
EDAC was closed because it was a national holiday. It was postponed till next month because of some holiday.
Okay, any others? Mr. Barr, could you tell us what's coming up other than I think something on December 15th?
Yeah. So right now we're looking at canceling December 1st. It's a short turnaround after the holiday. December 15th, we have the Costco continuation. Hopefully we'll be ready for that. And then January 5th will likely be canceled as well, unless there's pending or urgent business for that, just given the holidays and timing of reports. That's all I have for now.
Okay. Do we have any other comments from anybody else? Seeing no one anxious to talk, our meeting is adjourned.
Happy Thanksgiving to all your families.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.